Instagram know that we are live. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing? If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. We are live. Sorry about being a little bit late, everybody. I was getting my thumbnail and everything set up. I do apologize. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? What's up, Courtney? What's up, We the People? What's up, Madeline? How you doing? What's up, Freddie? What's up, Megan? What's up, Piggly? How you doing? What's up, Alien? What's up, Haley? How you doing? What's up, Bradley? What's up, Jess? What's up, Braxton? How you doing? What's up, USA Gamer? What's up, Jade? What's up, Krista? What's up, Sparkle? What's up, Emma? What's up, Rupee? What's up, Luis? How you doing? What's up, Xenon? What's up, Addy? What's up, King? What's up, Blue Bonnet? How you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates very, very soon, everyone. We had some very sad news, honestly, coming out of Virginia. There's a court that shot down our redistricting approach in Virginia. One interesting thing, though, is that we can appeal this, of course. So there still is ongoing litigation that exists there, but it's not a good sign for Democrats there, which is, obviously, a concerning issue because our redistricting efforts are a lot less than what the Republicans already have in place. So that's not going to be good if that happens. Hopefully we'll have to win that up by votes if we can't get an appeal on that one. We hope to get an appeal there, though. We hope to get an appeal. Do you give it a bit? We're going to get, honestly, a lot of Trump supporters that are going to be happy about that one today and gloating about that one. I guarantee. Or, honestly, they're not going to be educated to know that it even happened. It's either one or the other. It's either they don't know it happened or there's going to be gloating. So that's what we're going to see. So we'll give it a little bit. Let's give it a minute for people to join in. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. We're going to get people up here very, very soon. Probably won't know. Yeah, that's actually been the case recently. There's been some things that it's like, Trump supporters are not very up to date with what the administration is doing in all instances. I feel like a lot of them tune out. So, alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Sure. No.
What's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Are you driving?
No, I'm in a vehicle, though.
Okay, that's totally fine as long as you're not driving. Why do you support Trump?
So, I guess I would say three main things for me. Tariffs, ICE, and then the Iran war. Or I don't know if I can say war on TikTok.
Okay. What was your birth year, by the way?
05.
And what month?
March 20th.
Okay. Alrighty. And you said you were how old again?
21.
Okay. Alrighty. So you said tariffs, Iran war, and immigration?
Yeah.
Okay. So which one would you like to start with?
Let's start with tariffs.
Okay. Well, tariffs have been horrible. According to the Federal Reserve, there has been we would actually be pre-pandemic levels of inflation if we never imposed tariffs in the very first place. And we've actually seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration so far.
Inflation's at about 4% right now, correct?
It is 3.3% over all items and continuing to increase because of the fact that gas prices are going to have an impact on other sorts of prices throughout the entire of the summer.
Yeah, I mean, inflation, though, necessarily, like if you look at the graph of the business cycle, inflation is not necessarily a bad thing, all in all. So I don't necessarily think you can say that we're in like a bad position with that, because inflation could be a sign of a growing economy as well.
Inflation up to the target rate, but not to the level of 3.2% that we're seeing because of the fact that these tariffs have been imposed. And if that was the case, then we would have seen prior to this point a significant reduction in the interest rates from the Federal Reserve, which is not what we've seen.
Yeah, I think also the tariffs, I mean, obviously in the short run, they're not going to be good because you're going to have like an increased price. But in the long run, like economic theory says that more suppliers are going to enter the market and price is going to drop back down to equilibrium. So you'll have the same price but with a higher domestic output.
But we haven't seen that in terms of investment. Actually, under the Trump administration so far, every single quarter of his administration, we've seen decline in real domestic manufacturing investment after massive growth under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, a few things. I mean, still, it is also technically short run still. I mean, because that's obviously a qualitative term, but short run is probably still in since, I mean, we've only been in office for what, like a year and a few months. And then also, I mean, I've seen like Nvidia's pledged 500 billion, Apple's pledged trillions, car manufacturing companies have pledged a shit ton of money. I don't know the exact statistics on how much growth we've seen. Do you?
I know the exact amount of reduction, and I will show you. I have this from.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I got you. Give me 1 second. I got this directly from the. You can find this on the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and it's from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Let me throw it up on the screen for you real quick.
All right, perfect.
Alrighty. Let me make it smaller so it's easier.
Is there some kind of like year we can? Yeah. What? So
Yeah,
what is
it
this
tells you
showing
the
exactly?
Yeah, I got you. I'll tell you. Oh, oops, sorry. Accidentally just did that. That's incredible. Love when I do that. Give me 1 second. Sorry. This is a little bit scuffed. Alrighty. And I think I'm a little bit too zoomed in. Okay, sorry. Alrighty. Well, we're just going to leave it at that. Do you see the graph? It's real private fixed. Here, I'll zoom in for you.
Real private fixed investment.
Real private fixed investment manufacturing. Okay. So let's look at the years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you see here in 2017, Q1, this is when Trump gets in office originally.
Yep.
In his first term. This is when he leaves office in his first term. Right? Mm-hmm. This is when Biden gets in office. This is when Biden leaves office right here. And this is Trump.
Yeah. Also, could those? I mean, a lot of business investment could have been. So this is basically like business investment for manufacturing. Do you think that could have not just been because of the rampant inflation due to the pandemic?
No, that's why it's accounting for inflation.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was real. You're right. Oh, okay. I don't know then. I mean, but also, I still like, even if it is real though, aren't you going to typically see more like gross manufacturing investment? Even like, I mean, if there's 9% inflation.
Well, I think it wasn't just because of that. I think that the manufacturing investment, that's specifically because of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Those policies put massive investment into manufacturing in this country. So that's why we saw an increase. Trump's not imposing those programs, and it's leading to a decrease every single quarter of his administration. Why? Because the increased cost of manufacturing in this country, because many of the materials used in the manufacturing process are now more expensive. And there's not a long-term incentive to stay in the United States because you don't think the tariffs are going to be there in the long run, because the next administration is just going to come in and get rid of it. So there's not really a good reason to invest in the domestic manufacturing in this country in the short term, in the long run, or at any point in time. It's kind of just an increase in the cost of consumer products for American consumers, which is disproportionately coming from the lowest income Americans. So it's really just a shift in the burden of taxation. That's all it is.
So, without the tariffs, so like, then how are we supposed to? Because I feel like the tariffs might be the only way. Like, how are we supposed to like encourage domestic manufacturing? Because I don't think that investment is going to work. Because I mean, like countries like China, they have different monetary policy. They're able to like pay their workers like $1 a day.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a standard that's actually true. I think that's kind of just like a little bit of a ridiculous way of referencing it. I mean, you should look at
they
World
have
Bank numbers before you make a claim. But you should look at World Bank numbers before you make a claim and whatnot. That'd be
right.
Pretty
But
nice.
there's also like
hold on. Let me
please
finish in addressing this. Government subsidies are a way of competing and innovating in the market. You think that we should be imposing tariffs, which have been ineffective and have just increased consumer prices? I don't see any benefit to that.
Well, I mean, of course they're going to increase prices in the short term, but like the goal is like you have more suppliers in the long run. I guess I'm going to have to look into it more. Then I
Well,
don't know.
then you'd need a
But you bring up a
legislative
good point there.
policy to get that passed. You cannot say that you're betting on long-term gains from an executive policy. Like that actually is like genuinely insane. You should think about that one. Because that's
Why
not
would
a
that be
long-term
insane?
policy at all. Like no one has ever thought of an executive policy as a long-term policy outside of just the administration. Everyone knows this as is like a policy that is specific to the administration and will likely be overwritten by the next administration. Especially if the other administrations heavily disagree with the tariff policy, which they massively do. I mean, even a Republican candidate might have a disagreement on that as well that could get in office.
Interesting. All right, I guess I'll have to look into it more. I don't know. I didn't realize that. Thanks for talking,
Okay.
man.
Well, we have more to address, don't we? Iran war,
Yeah, I
immigration.
mean, yeah, I mean, we can talk about it. I've got about 2 more minutes though.
Oh,
I,
okay.
I did want to talk. What was the last one?
I have a
Yeah, I
question.
want to talk about the Iran war. I
What
feel
is
like
the
that.
reason that justifies us going to war with Iran?
Yeah, I mean, so I think that they were developing a nuclear weapon. They were one of their people admitted that they had 400 plus kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, and then what was I going to say? Yeah, they're also Shia Muslims. They're 12, or they I feel like they want like a great calamity because that's what they believe. They believe that the 12th Imam is going to come out of the cave and lead Islam to salvation when there's some sort of great calamity. So I mean, I want to take them at their word at that and believe that if they were going to make a nuclear weapon, which they were 7 to 10 days away from enriching the uranium to 90%, they would have actually.
There was no source for that. No source for that. They were 7 to 10 days away from 90% enrichment. Actually, our original
Well,
strike about a year ago limited them from even developing their nuclear enrichment program. Since about a year ago, they haven't been developing it, according to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who testified in front of Congress on behalf of the entire intelligence community, saying specifically that we had no U.S. intelligence indicating that they were enriching uranium or even building up their nuclear program since the original strike of Midnight Hammer about a year ago. And even so that's not an imminent nuclear threat. Secondly, Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, which originally established them below 3.7% enrichment of uranium. They're only up to 60% because Trump pulled out of the deal with Iran through the context of the JCPOA, which would have actually limited that from happening. So that's without war.
yeah.
It seems like we've met more political concessions and more objectives through the JCPOA than what we've met through the context of the war that Donald Trump claims is over now.
So, well, also though, you said that there was no. What did you say? You said that there was no source that they were 7 to 10 days away. Well, they had enriched uranium when we launched the bunker buster to 60%, and that's just like a well-known fact. I'm not trying to sound condescending, but
Uh,
like
I never
uranium
disputed
takes.
that.
Well, I thought that's what I said though, and you said there's no source that they were 7 to 10 days away from enriched uranium to 90%. But
Yeah, that
they admitted they admitted that they had over 400 kilograms of 60% enriched
yeah,
uranium,
that doesn't
and
mean
it
you're
takes about
seven to
seven.
ten days away from 90%. Where do you get that number from?
Yes, that's just how long it takes to enrich uranium from 60% to 90%, seven
What's
to
the
ten days.
source?
Yeah, let me pull one up for you.
Yeah, I wonder what source he's going to provide for this one. Alrighty, give him a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are looking for debates. Thank you for the hand, Luis. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Oh,
Yeah, I can't find an exact source. Then maybe you're right. I don't know. I mean, I was under the impression. I thought that was a just like a basic consensus though. Like I mean, you could ask ChatGPT. I think it's
I don't
probably
think that's a
accurate.
reliable source.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Like,
okay.
I mean, so it relies upon whether or not they have the resource to do so, whether or not they've taken the enrichment uranium out of the area of that in the first place. And I mean, I don't even think that they were 7 to 10 days away with the level of resources they had.
Well, I mean, I think okay. So what I was trying to say was, I mean, that's also like, wait. So do you disagree with the fact that it takes 7 to 10 days to enrich uranium from 60% to 90%?
I don't. I've seen no evidence substantiating that. Iran has the capacity within 7 to 10 days at their level of 60% enriched uranium to be able to get there. And if you could provide any source, I'd love to see it. It sounds like you couldn't really provide a source for
No,
that.
I don't think I could really provide a source for that. No, maybe
Okay.
you're right. I don't know. So,
But like,
I guess
can you agree that it was better when it was 3.67%?
yeah, but I feel like also JCPOA. I don't know. I feel like it was kind of like a temporary program because it only
Of
like
course,
gave them like
any deal, any negotiation is, even the one that he'll get at the end of this war. Now, let me ask you this question: what political concessions have we got from this war since the start of the war?
political concessions.
Yeah,
I don't know. We haven't gotten any, I'm guessing.
not that I know.
Hmm. Interesting.
And it
Well,
seems
what
like we
about? I
got
mean,
more under the JCPOA. So if we were already in a better standpoint under the JCPOA, Trump pulled us out of that and then puts us into this. That sounds like a foreign policy blunder. Okay? Like anyone who doesn't acknowledge this as a foreign policy blunder doesn't know what they're referencing here because clearly Trump has made the circumstances objectively worse.
dude, go there. Sorry. Yeah. I guess so. I don't know, man. Maybe you're right. I'll have to look into it more.
Okay.
I mean, nice talking to you though.
All
I
right.
guess I got cooked on that, but
All right.
cool.
Appreciate you coming up.
All right, bro. Yeah.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I mean, there's several reasons I feel like. I
That
mean,
being?
mainly I just think that he's handling the border better. I think that there's better things with that. Um, I mean, a lot of people condemn him for the same things that we didn't condemn Barack Obama for or Biden. I mean, I've heard you say on this live that civilians in Iran are dying, but Barack Obama killed multiple civilians with drone strikes as well.
Yeah,
So
and
you
I
condemn
criticize
Trump
that
for
as
that,
well.
but you don't condemn Obama for that.
I do.
Okay, so how can you say Trump's a bad president for that? But then I guarantee if I asked you before this, is Obama a good president, you would say yes.
I mean, I think that those are more. When I get asked that, it's more of a complicated question. It's like you could say that some things are good, but like overall, I mean, I would that foreign policy is incredibly destructive. Of course, like I would acknowledge that. So if you're referencing from an overall standpoint, yeah, I think that we'd make a distinction between, for example, domestic and foreign, and that I would say that I would heavily disagree with foreign policy there. Now, that doesn't mean that their foreign policy wasn't objectively better than what we see from the Republicans, right? Like, so I mean, my point is that they're better. Not that it meets some ideal standard of good.
I mean, is it better considering that
Absolutely.
the drone strikes from Obama happened first, and that's what destabilized the
Wait,
Middle East even
you
more than
know
what
that
it is
Donald
before
Trump
Trump?
ramped up the drone strikes by 3 to 4 times in
Well,
the Middle
yeah,
East? So like
yeah.
this virtue signaling that you're engaging in is embarrassing.
But Obama did it first. He was the one who, like, literally,
So
like,
wait, George Bush did it first.
yeah.
What's
But
your point now? What's your point now?
sometimes the first domino falls, and then all the rest of
Oh,
the dominoes
so that
fall.
sounds like it started with a Republican then. Oh,
Okay, I never said that George Bush. Did you ask me about George Bush and
well,
what I
that's a
thought about
Republican.
him?
You're talking about where it came from. You're trying to say it
But
came from
that doesn't mean
Obama.
I
Well,
agree with
I
every
can say it came
Republican that
from
ever
Bush then.
existed.
What's
That
up?
doesn't mean I agree with every Republican that ever existed or ever thought that
Oh,
they
okay.
handled
So then,
every single situation best.
oh, okay. Wait. So can I say the same thing for Democrats? That I could disagree with Democrats?
Well, yeah, you can, but I'm just saying, like,
Wait. So can you
I've
disagree
heard you
with
say
Republicans
this,
like
but
Trump then?
do you think Obama was a good president?
Well, I don't think that he meets the ideal standard of good, or any other president would meet the ideal standard of good. But I think that they would meet a standard that is better than what we see from Republicans.
Okay, well, how can something be bad but also be a better standard? Like, okay, dude, like, but they're still all bad. So like you're in here being
Well,
oh, we should condemn Trump for being bad, but also all the Democratic presidents were bad too.
I think
So
that
everything's
I
just
think that
bad.
Democrats' domestic policy is great. It's really good.
How? There was
How?
There was
How?
tons
Like
of
I
wars
think
too,
expanding
still
the
under
ACA expanded
Biden.
millions of people's access to health insurance in this country. Right. I think that like Kamala Harris is advocating to expand access to the child tax credit, which when implemented in 2021 reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented. I think that they're advocating for climate change reforms, such as the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act, which makes us more energy independent in relation to renewable energy production, which is going to be the future.
But Trump also supports renewable energy.
No, he doesn't. He's actually got
Yes,
rid
he
of a
did.
lot of the funding for these programs. Yeah, you know, he has actually undermined that, right? Because he thinks that climate change is a hoax. The climate's
What
going to start
about for
cooling.
What about for?
But you know, Donald Trump thinks the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. You know, he said that, right? I can play the clip. You want to hear it?
Wait, say it again. You said it a little fast.
Yeah, he said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. Do you want to hear him say that?
Okay, well, I understand that Trump sometimes just rattles off at the mouth and doesn't say like the most intelligent things.
Wait,
That definitely does
That's not just like a
happen.
rattle out of the mouth. That's like literally delusion. Can we agree?
I mean, there's also scientists that say that there isn't as much climate change as some scientists say.
99% of climate scientists indicate that climate change is caused by humans.
I think that that's a little bit like, okay, well, yeah, it's definitely mainly caused by humans. I mean, there's no other animal that freaking does what we do.
Okay, so then the point that we're making then is
But
that
that doesn't
Trump
mean-
doesn't believe this. Trump believes the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. That's what he said.
But what I'm saying is, yes, I agree that 99% of climate change is done by humans, but there's no way for us to
I'm just gonna
prevent
play
that
it for
unless
you.
we just
I think
shut
one
everything
area of
off
mutual
and say, we
agreement
don't have
and
an
priority-
economy anymore.
Okay.
We don't want an economy anymore. We don't want to run civilization the way we are. Like, there's no way to prevent us from changing the climate at all, Parker. And I think you know that
I'm not saying that we're
by also living normal lives.
I understand. I'm not saying that we're going to we're going to completely stop all of the change, right? We're already at a point where we can't stop all the change. The point that I'm making is that we got to do certain things in order to reduce the negative impacts, right? And address the needs for changing of energy over time. Because if we never do it, we're going to be in a significantly worse standpoint than given that we've actually done something to address this. Now, this is the largest investment in renewable energy ever and moves us in the right direction. Now, listen to this real quick. Take a listen to this.
Is vegetation management, but I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually.
Okay, so he disagrees that there's significant climate change. That's what he's saying there.
He thinks the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet.
I mean, the Earth does go through natural dips of hot and cold. Like, we don't technically know when the next dip of extreme cold was. There was ice ages in the past, even before humans were doing what they were doing. So,
wait, are you
in theory,
actually
yes,
are you trying to justify this delusion right now? Are you
I'm
trying
just
to
saying
intellectually? Are you
I'm
trying
just saying
intellectually
that
right now to try to
literally
justify the
nobody knows what the
delusion?
environment is exactly going to do. It's all theory. It's all possibility.
What do you mean it's all
And
theory?
So anybody can hold
Wait,
an opinion
I
on
mean,
it.
we
It's
do
kind of like
have
God.
models
God
about the
isn't-
climate. Wait, hold up. What do you mean by theory? We have models about the climate, but we know that these types of impacts are real. Like, we can test them. Did you ever identify the greenhouse effect when you were in like fucking 6th grade science class?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so then you've literally demonstrated that these things exist.
Yes, and I'm saying that
Now, if
there's
you do
no
that on an
president-
overall
there's not
stand,
any-
now think about it. You do that for the overall environment. We have literally billions of human beings that are putting stuff into the air all the time that is going to cause that type of impact in this environment in the same type of way that we see it in that controlled environment. But it's because it's going to be the increase in the proportion that exists. It's going to offset, right, plenty of the other natural elements of our system that we already had. Like, there's a certain level of emissions that are held by or carbon that is held by, like, the ocean, for example, and we can get to an extreme level where it acidifies the ocean, right, because there's too much that it's holding on to because we offset the natural cycle. So what we're doing is we're offsetting the natural cycle from what it was not. And there are plenty of things that we know are going to happen as a result of this. But also, what you are kind of on point with it, but you don't realize, is that there are plenty of things we don't know that are going to come from this. And that's a bad thing. There are a lot of things we can't judge. We don't know whether or not it's going to be more harmful or less harmful. And that's something that we need to be able to try to prevent in the first place. And we need to like take some type of precautions to do that in the first place. And we shouldn't just say, fuck it, let's leave it to our kids. Let's leave it to our grandkids. You know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should try to do something.
Okay,
like, you understand, actually, like, if you look at the data,
done stuff to do stuff. I mean, Trump has pushed for more nuclear reactors in the country. He has approved that. So he does support more renewable energy. He gave out tax credits for buying electric cars. Like, there was things that Trump did too.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Because I remember everybody was talking about, he's giving his buddy Elon a pat on the back.
Are you talking about his
for helping him get in office?
No, because he actually got rid of that. That's why like people were making fun of him. Because he got rid of it and what?
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am sure. You live in like an alternate reality, my guy.
Pull it up.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Gets rid of tax credit for EVs. You'll find it right away. Oh, here we are. Yahoo Finance, CNBC, USA Today. Even Musk called for it. That's just glazing Trump, bro. That's just glazing Trump. That's so nuts. That actually like harms his business. That's just so ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, but the original credit was established in 2008 under George W. Bush. So, I mean, like, that was a Republican who first implemented the tax credit.
Wait, the tax credit, like, I don't think it was implemented. Wait. Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that?
I just looked it up. I said, did Trump get rid of the EV tax credit? Who implemented it first? The original federal credit was first established in 2008 under the George W. Bush administration.
Okay.
So you're saying that, Republicans are completely against it, but then there's something like this. I'm saying that I was wrong. Okay, I thought that people
it's funny.
were talking about Trump
you should take a
look. A
look.
pat on the back. I swear I remember seeing this on X.
And watch this. Who proportionally supported that more, Democrats or Republicans? Real question.
Well, should anybody be supporting it is a better question. I mean, like, should we really be giving these businesses just money too? Like, is that really fair to like those businesses compared to other businesses? Like, I don't like. I do think Democrats probably pushed it further along. Yes.
Okay.
But like,
the Democrats are the ones that are mainly advocating for this. Are you happy that
Elon's pockets were lined up for like literally were stuffed full because of stuff like this? Because I'm guessing you don't support Elon very much.
I don't. I mean, I would prefer someone else.
Yeah.
You don't. What's your point with that?
Like the point is
you
like you're
still want to move towards
that
renewable energies.
That supports a person that you don't like, that you disagree
and I don't
with.
like him because of the fact that he helped get Trump in office. Right? That's a huge fucking reason. Because he begged to be on the island. And maybe he
wouldn't have had the power to do that if there wasn't these tax credits that were getting pushed further and further by Democrats.
What? That he did what? What do you mean tax credits? You're being ridiculous, dude. The tax credits are not what caused Elon Musk to be able to like buy out Trump's campaign. I don't know what you're talking about.
He had the type of money to be in a place of power because of Tesla.
Can you stop being ridiculous? We need these things in order to be able to change towards better types of energy production and usage that are better for our environment and us in maintaining and living within our environment. You know that, right?
I think yes. But I also think that the United States has changed a lot since like the 60s on this stuff. And it's been through multiple different administrations of both parties. And the thing is that it's not all
Trump
on
thinks
us
the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. I don't care if another Republican administration did fucking yippity-doo-dah. I'm asking you right now, why do you support Donald Trump even though he actively denies science?
Because at the end of the day, it's not on all the United States to change. The United States has changed a lot. China hasn't changed a lot. Our competitors haven't changed a lot. They still don't care what they put into the environment. They care about how to
What
make
do you
more money.
mean? What do you
So
mean?
they're on
China is
top.
actually literally doing things to actually address the environment and try to reduce carbon emissions. You know that, right?
I'm
They've
sure, and I'm
literally
glad
said
that
they're
you
doing.
support
They've.
all the news that comes out of communist China. I'm glad you do that, Parker. That's really
I
cool.
don't. That's not my position. But
Yeah,
we can actually
exactly.
see information substantiating that.
Okay, and how much of that? How much have they done compared to us? I guarantee it's probably very little.
How much have they done? I think that. Well, I mean, I think that them addressing it at least addresses the people's concerns that are saying like, oh, they're not addressing it at all. They haven't done as much as us. Well, that's not because of people like Trump. We're doing less because of Trump. You know that, right?
Well, China's catching up, so we have to do what we got to do to stay
yeah,
on top.
that doesn't mean yeah, and we're not doing that when we don't invest in renewables. We're not doing that when we make our economy not as good as what it would be in terms of the growth pattern under a Democratic administration if we didn't have tariffs imposed, if we didn't go to war with Iran, right? We'd be in significantly better conditions for growth. So you know what's causing you know what's causing wait, hold on, let me pause real quick. You know what's causing China to get closer to our size in GDP? Republican administrations.
Well, that's
Because
not true.
you guys are so bad with the economy, and you guys make the growth rate worse off every single time you get in office, right? We have to come back, and then we're trying to fucking gain back everything that you guys lost and pulled us back on in your administration every single time. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's not true because China's GDP has come to a grinding halt since being placed on tariffs. And I think you know that's true. They've been stuck at 14 trillion now for like years.
What's your source? They are not 14 trillion. Right? I just want to leave it. They're well above that. Look up China GDP. Are you going to say, like, oh, I don't trust any of the numbers. I'm only going to trust the numbers that I come up and pull out right out of my ass, actually.
Well, actually, I mean, there is stuff on that, too, that like the stuff that comes out of China, that their GDP
in 2024, they were
inflated.
18.4 trillion. 18.74 trillion.
And like, let's look at the rate. So they grew from
their economy is literally growing at a faster rate than ours.
5,
You know that, right?
7, 8. Okay, but they've been at since let's see, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. So they've been growing like yes, they're still growing, Parker. Like I get it, but like, but also at the same time, like there is stuff that has done like basically the lights in China, like they look down in the night and they're like China inflates its
you're just
GDP.
coping. Stop. You're just coping right now. Can you just address the points? And also, let me ask you this question.
What do you want me to address?
Why do Democratic areas in the United States have significantly better economies than Republican areas in the U.S.?
There's also areas that are run by Democrats in those areas that are some of the worst economic areas.
Name one big Republican city in the U.S. that's doing really good economically.
One big Republican city?
Yeah. Do you even know any off the top of your head?
There's not many, no. Like that's the thing. Like there's not a big one.
Just name a single big Republican city.
But there's also, let's think about something like Chicago, where there's some
hold on. Don't pivot. Don't pivot
and
bring up something else. I'm asking you one big Republican economy and city.
But cities aren't Republican. Most of them aren't.
Oh, why not?
Because I don't know. I don't know all the like. There's probably that's just where I don't know. I really don't know why they're more liberal than rural areas. I don't know why rural is more Republican than cities. Can you enlighten me?
So you're saying all the Democratic areas tend to have the biggest economies, and all the Republican areas tend to have smaller economies.
Well, they have smaller economies because there's just less people there.
Yeah, why are there less people there?
Because like there's more farms, people prefer to live that way. They
Less
prefer
people
to
want
live
to live
out
there.
in the
Right?
Well, that's not true that less people want to live there.
It is absolutely true that less people want to live there. That's like a fact.
I personally enjoy
more people live in the cities because more people want to live in the
Okay.
cities. That's like an objective fact. Okay, why do people want to live in the cities to a greater extent? Because there's greater access to jobs, greater access to education, greater access to amenities that can lead to social mobility and making your life better off. And you know what? It's crazy. They tend to be Democratic areas. So then, like, my point is that, like, why do you think that Republicans are good for the economy when practically all data indicates otherwise? Not only the data we see on a literal local and state level, right? But also we can point to in terms of the governmental federal policy and compare Trump's administration's policy to Harris's administration's policy and see that Harris's administration's policy would have led to better GDP growth, better real median wage growth. It would have led to less unemployment. It would have led to more job growth. Why? Because we wouldn't have imposed the tariffs, which have caused consumer prices to go up and disenfranchised working class people. We wouldn't have specifically imposed this war with Iran, which has caused a destabilization of the level of oil in our country because we're sending our oil to other countries around the world. They're not spending it here on American citizens to reduce the oil prices here, which is inevitably also, because of the global scale, going to lead to higher prices for goods, which negatively impacts, right, the GDP here in this country. So GDP growth is worse off because Trump got in office. Real median wage growth is worse off since Trump got in office, right? And it seems like they've got nothing to address these conditions. And it seems like Democrats are the ones that would have prevented this.
I mean, you can say that, but at times too, though, like there's been clips where Obama said we have to go to war with Iran. Hillary said it. Who else? Nancy Pelosi. Like, these are Democrats who have said this stuff too, but they didn't have the balls to do it because they knew this would happen. Yes. But like at the end of the day, they also realized that at some point somebody's got to do it.
Got to do what?
Go to war with Iran. Okay,
no.
Yes, there is clips. Look up Obama saying like we have to go to a war with Iran.
No, that's not what he said. Actually, he did not say that. He's the one who established the JCPOA, which prevented us from going to war with Iran. And by the way, he said he got the exact same sort of spiel from Netanyahu about going to war with Iran, and he said no.
Let's look it up. Because I will send you.
And that every single president was told this by Netanyahu for like the past 30 fucking years. And Trump was just dumb enough to believe him. Yeah, that's really what it is. To be totally honest with you, that's what happened. They did it with Joe Biden. They did it with Barack Obama. They did it with literally everyone. And everyone said no. And who was dumb enough to believe him? Trump.
So he said, he said, do what we must. In 2012, Obama said the United States will do what we must to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons.
That's what the JCPOA is.
Okay, but what happens if that didn't work? Then if we're going to do everything we could to stop this.
I just want to clarify. You can prevent them from getting nukes without going to war. Like, for example, with Midnight Hammer, right? That didn't go to war.
Didn't the JCPA, right? Didn't that take the sanctions off of Iran, giving them more money?
So yes, the JCPOA did take sanctions off of Iran. That's in order to get the deal done in the first place, which unfreezes their assets that we froze.
Okay, and then they instantly use those assets to
their own assets,
to make enriched uranium. Yeah,
no, they weren't enriching. They weren't enriching uranium.
If he would have just not made a deal
they weren't enriching uranium. Listen, they weren't enriching uranium because we had surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. Oh, look, you know what's crazy? You just got a misinformation flag.
For what?
Misinformation, bro. You got a 10-minute flag for misinformation. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We were just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. That was hilarious timing. That was pretty hilarious timing. It must have been for something else. I can't. That was just really, really funny timing. I don't know. I mean, it's right after he said something wrong. So, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. I was born in November 2005. Yeah.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, mainly, I like what he's doing with abortion. Overturning Roe v. Wade. That was one of the main reasons I support him. And then, of course, you have his tax act during his first term. I know that we're not under his tax plan anymore. I don't think we are. But his my mother owned a small business during his first term, and his tax plan really helped us out. We weren't doing too well under Obama, but now we're still doing good.
Under Biden?
Well, we were under Trump's tax plan under Biden, so
and we're still under Trump's tax plan now. The big beautiful bill, yeah.
Oh well. Anyway, we're still doing good. I also like his foreign policy. I like how he's like keeping our allies in reign, and like especially in Europe. I know that like Spain and Italy and Germany lately, they've been like kind of messing up a little bit. We might have to like pull out there, but a majority of our other allies in Europe, we've been kind of keeping them back on track.
I think that we've destabilized our relationships with countries in Europe because of the fact
Hey, you should tell Dean that Abby Hahn's cheating on him, bro.
Okay, that's just a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a big truck driver, trust support.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
What
a weirdo. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, it's good, Parker. 23 and Trump.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
If election was held today?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it's a good question, bro. Probably the one that supports the most positive utility. So probably Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
03.
Okay, and how old do you say you were again?
03, 23.
And what month were you born?
April.
Okay. All right.
April 2nd.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, because I told you, like, I value the most positive utility in human flourishment.
Yeah, but like obviously that would then question like what do you think brings utility through Trump's administration?
I mean, pretty much sustaining the more will for self positivity. So, for example, he supports. I think he supports children more than the other side.
Is that why he's preventing the release of the Epstein files, and he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor for wanting to release the Epstein files?
Can you name me someone else who released more Epstein files than Trump?
Well, you understand that there was a limitation for being able to release them. There needs to be a congressional bill passed to be able to release them.
And who passed that?
So claiming that he released the most amount of Epstein files is not saying that he didn't try to prevent the release of the Epstein files, or that he isn't releasing all of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to do so. So he's not fulfilling the legal obligation that he has, right, for releasing all of the Epstein files. So how is that supporting children?
Yeah, so wait 1 second. So you kind of dodged that question. Can you name me someone else who's released more?
I already addressed it. Obviously, no one else has released the same level of files because his administration was mandated to release all of the files. He has only released less of the files. So let me ask you this question. Let's say you were the first person to do a homework assignment for a class, right? And you did about 30% of that homework assignment, right? And no one else has ever done it before. Could you go to your teacher and be like, well, I did 30% of it. Okay, so no one's ever done that much before. Can you name one person that's ever done that much of the assignment before? Does that mean you're going to get a good grade on the homework assignment?
Well, one more time. Remember, I said the original statement is a positive. The more
can I get an answer to the question? Does that mean you're going to get a good grade on the homework assignment?
Well, good would be in reference to the people who didn't do any of it, so it'll be yes.
Are you going to get a good grade on the homework assignment? Yes or no?
In reference to other people who didn't try at all, yes.
So yes, you will get a bad grade on the homework assignment. You can't just say because you did the most of the homework assignment that anyone has ever done before. That means that it's a sufficient level when you're literally legally obligated to release all of them, and you didn't release like half of them. Okay.
Hey, quick
Plus,
question.
Donald Trump is credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
That's all. So quick question. So as far as, well, I don't understand why you're using the terms good and bad, but can you at least acknowledge some original statement was I value the most positive utility? So 30% of the homework done in reference to zero, which one would be more positive utility?
Well, you understand that the Democrats weren't in
It would
office.
be
So if the
Trump.
Democrats were in office, I would suppose that they would have released all of the files as legally obligated to do so.
So
Because they
quick question,
fulfilled their
what,
legal obligations, there's no circumstance where you could say they actively and intentionally tried to undermine their them following the law. And under the Trump administration, we've seen him do that plenty of times. So obvious, it's expected under his behavior that he would want to not follow the law or to not follow the
so,
Constitution or think he's above the law.
right on. So can we both agree that what was in Epstein's is highly illegal and highly needed to get out?
Yeah,
All right, awesome. Quick question. Why is it the case that's been Trump and nobody else was held responsible for this?
because there needs to be a congressional bill to release it, and
Yeah, that's fine. That was
it
my
was
answer.
only unsealed by a grand jury in 2024.
Yeah,
So
I didn't ask. I didn't ask what the case is. I asked why is it that it's only Trump? Why not Biden? Why not Barack Obama?
there's a separation of between the DOJ and between the Biden administration, where the Biden administration wasn't dealing with the daily doings of the DOJ, whereas the Trump administration is actively dealing with what the DOJ is doing.
Okay,
Right. So
are you claiming
all
the
Harris
criteria?
and Biden would have done was ensure that their DOJ is operating within the law. If there was a bill that forces them to release the files, they would ensure that they're doing that. If not, they would ensure that they're fired or someone
So
else is
I
put in
didn't
a
ask you
position
to
to be able
appeal
to
to
do
a
that.
third
The Trump
party.
administration isn't doing that. They're not using
I
their
believe you.
position
I'm
in
not
order
saying you're
to
not.
to pressure
I'm
that.
not.
And they are actively doing and dealing with what the DOJ is doing
Sure.
and instructing them on how to act outside of that
So,
connotation.
so one more time, Parker. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm asking you why is it the case that if we all know it's wrong, both parties, who gives a shit which party you want to appeal to? If the case is that it's wrong on both sides, why is it the case that it took Trump to pass this? Why not anybody else? I don't care who you're appealing to as far as authorification. Why is it the case that it was Trump?
Oh, it didn't take Trump. It took Congress. You're just
Well,
an
wait a
idiot,
minute.
and you're just
Who had
like
to sign?
you're
Wait,
applying
that's
it
not
to
true.
Trump when he actively tried to
Oh, okay.
prevent it
So
from being voted
did he have
on
to sign?
in
Did he
Congress.
sign off on it? Did he sign off on it? Yes or no?
After he tried to prevent it from being voted on in Congress, after
Okay.
he
Well,
literally tried to prevent people from supporting it in the first place, and then is literally not abiding by the law after he signed it into law.
okay.
Because he was
So
forced to, because it was a veto-proof vote. You can't give him, right, literally, like, he did so good, pat on the back for Trump for literally signing a bill that he would have had to, right, or it would have been passed regardless of whether or not he signed it. You understand that,
would
right?
have
Like,
been.
'cause it was veto-proof. There was
Quick
everyone
question.
voted for it except for like one fucking person.
So quick question. Watch this. Now, if it was going to get passed regardless if he signed it, why is it the case that it didn't get passed before Trump?
Because they didn't have enough votes in Congress.
Exactly.
They didn't have
Yeah,
a
that's the
bill in
entire point.
Congress.
That's my entire point, brother. So you're right. It would have got passed regardless if he signed it or not.
Yeah,
But the
so
case is it
if it
didn't.
got passed at that same time and
But it
Harris
didn't,
were in
right?
office, they would have followed the law.
All right, what question? Just answer the question. Do you understand what my argument is? Just so I know you're tracking.
Yeah, you're trying to say, oh, Trump has released some of the files. Democrats before didn't release any of the files. Therefore, Trump is protecting kids more.
Nope, I'm not
But
saying he's protecting kids. I'm saying that I
that's your
value the
argument.
most positive utility.
Yeah,
And
which you think comes from protecting kids more. Jeez, you're
well,
not tracking your own argument.
no, not necessarily protecting. It'll be enhancing the flourishment of society. So
Yeah, yeah,
I
and
would
you think
argue
that
that it is enhancing.
enhances the flourishment of society
Do you
by
think it didn't?
specifically.
Do
Yeah,
you are you arguing
I
it
don't
didn't?
think his actions relating to the Epstein files have enhanced the flourishing of society. I think they've actually made it worse off because he's prevented the release of the files. He's called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor when she just wanted the release of the files. Tell me why he did that if he wanted the release and he was trying to protect kids.
Okay. So one more time.
If he wanted them to be released and he was trying to protect kids, tell me why he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor just because she wanted
Yeah.
the release of the files.
Yeah, the word traitor is just gonna be a pragmatic problem. I don't give a shit about your pragmatic stance. I'm just arguing the principle for that. Why are you laughing,
Ignoring
bro?
all questions really works, doesn't
Hey,
it?
Parker, do you know what pragmatic stances are?
Can you answer a question? Are
Well,
you
you can pretend you're
incapable of
brother.
answering a
You
question?
can pretend you're
I
educated,
ask you
Parker.
the most direct possible questions, and you come up with any possible way to grasp for
No,
straws to not answer the direct question.
Parker.
Would you like to actually engage with the question, or
Parker,
would you
I'm
just like to yap
debating.
about random bullshit on my stream the whole time?
Well, I know you don't know what a pragmatic
Are
stance
you
is,
a
so I can teach
politician? You like avoiding
I
questions?
can,
Is that your
I can
favorite thing?
educate you. I can educate you, Parker.
Wait, you've been telling me to answer questions.
So
I've answered
I'm,
every
I'm,
single one of your questions
brother, I'm
directly, but
arguing
you've
from a moral
only avoided
stance.
every single question I've asked you.
Parker, no, I'm not. I'm arguing from a moral state. That's where my argument's coming from. I'm arguing a principle. Your argument is now shifting from morality to he called someone a traitor. Like that's so like
No,
no
I'm giving you
disrespect,
an
brother. That's
evidential
kind of
standpoint to show you that this is what he did to try to prevent the release of the files. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so did you not just say that he called someone a traitor?
Yes, that's because that's me demonstrating that he's trying to prevent the release of the files, and he's
Okay,
literally
so
ousted her from the entire group of MAGA just because she wanted to release the files, and she went against him.
are you claiming that she was the only one that wants to release the files? Is that
No,
what you're
she's
saying?
not the only one, but she was a part of
okay.
MAGA and a main individual in MAGA that Trump was putting pressure on to not try to release the files. And
Hey,
she's
do you know
also
who
even
else
come
is?
out recently, and she's literally talked about how Donald Trump used the literal shutdown of our government in order to try to prevent the voting on of the Epstein files to be released.
Okay, so Parker,
And he
you
called
from
Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, there's a lot of good people in the files. This is going to hurt my friends. It's going to hurt my friends so much. These are really good people, I promise you, okay? They're really good people, and they're going to be hurt by this, Marjorie. They're going to be hurt, okay? Do not hurt my friends. I don't want my friends to be hurt, okay? Like, that's literally what this guy said. And
I
you're
don't know,
literally
I'm not
still
denying
sitting
it.
there
No, no,
defending
no,
him,
I'm
being
not
like,
denying it.
he's protecting
No.
the kids. He's protecting the kids,
That's not-
actually.
wait
He's
a minute,
doing whatever
Parker.
he can to do what
Parker,
actually
calm
protects
down.
children in all scenarios, even though, actively speaking, he's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. They got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Okay, so one more time, I'm not denying what you're saying. I just need you to track. I'm arguing the morality of which party would be more suitable for society.
Yeah, and you think the
you're
morality of
arguing pragmatic
preventing
shit
the
that
release of
doesn't
the Epstein
matter.
files is more in alignment with your
Parker,
flourishing
no
of
one
human
cares.
society.
Parker, no one cares if you call someone a traitor. We're arguing morality here. So, okay, so morality is stating which one's more beneficial to society. Do you think that Trump escalating freedom, right, having safety of borders, taking out illegal people, and on top of that, putting power in our country that no one's ever seen in the history of time? I don't believe anyone else has seen this kind of authority. Have you?
So, by the way,
Can you name me someone
by the
else?
way,
who
the
you
way he
think,
tries to pivot away from the fact that Donald Trump is preventing the release of the Epstein files and literally
not preventing
protecting
it,
PDFs is, oh my God, he's deporting illegals. That's what he's doing, actually. He's deporting undocumented immigrants like you've never seen before, okay? We're actually seeing them not in the country when undocumented immigrants are proportionally
Are you
less likely to
claiming-
commit violent
are you-
crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. You're literally making up this whole information to deflect
So,
away
Parker-
from the idea that literally Donald Trump is protecting
No.
PDFs in the Epstein files and was
Guys.
credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
I acknowledge it. I'm not saying
Actually,
you're wrong.
let me ask you just this direct
You
question,
gotta
okay?
try. You're not tracking here, brother.
Can I ask you a direct question?
I'm
Do
not
you
saying you're wrong.
Do
I'm
you
saying I
believe?
value the more
Do you
positive
believe the?
activity.
Do you believe the accusations to be true, right? That victims of Epstein made against Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate.
Someone getting a settlement for an action doesn't negate or equate to the action being truth.
Okay, so you do not believe the accusations from victims that got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein.
Well, it doesn't matter what I believe. It's logically doesn't hold.
I'm just asking you, what do you believe?
Well, I believe that in order to make any stance as far as moral, it's going to be predicated on the things that are logically.
Yeah, and I'm asking you,
sound.
as a person, like just genuinely as a
It doesn't
person,
matter what I believe,
outside of the debates and everything, just think about me for a second.
Okay.
One second. As a person, do you
Sure.
believe the victims, right, of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate that made accusations about Epstein? Do you believe their accusations about Epstein, about what happened to them?
I haven't seen the evidence for it. I have heard that there are reports. Yes.
So you
I haven't
don't
seen any
believe them in
evidence.
general?
Well, there's a lot of people that say things that don't. That
So you
doesn't
don't
actually
believe
hold
the
up.
victims of Epstein in general? You
So-
have
so,
to.
brother-
Have you looked at the evidence of any of the cases against
You
the
know-
victims of Epstein? So you don't believe
Uh,
any of the victims of Epstein?
I read no. I read a couple of the victims in the
Okay,
Epstein files.
so which victims of Epstein do you believe? And then,
As far as the name
we can
goes,
mention
I
you don't believe
remember-
any of the other ones, apparently,
No,
because
no,
you haven't
no,
looked
no,
at the
so-
evidence yet.
Can you track to Parker?
You're the one not
evidence-
tracking because you're saying without
Brother,
evidence
listen.
specifically, you're saying that you can't make a determination of whether or not you believe. So then if you
Someone's
can't make a
statement-
determination of whether or not you believe in general, just because you haven't looked at the evidence, if you haven't looked at the evidence for all of those people, you can't make that determination.
Well, that's correct, which is why I told you I don't know.
Okay, so then you don't know
there
if
you
people
go.
have been
Just
assaulted by
expose
Epstein?
yourself, dude.
You don't know if people have been assaulted by Epstein?
I know there's claims that people are being assaulted by Epstein.
But you don't know if they have.
Well, I'm not the truth bearer. No.
But like I would say that I can determine that they have been assaulted because of the fact that there's a
Okay.
court process that's determined that he's engaged in this behavior,
So
that he
there's
has
a-
this particular type of character, that we have demonstrated that he's in these types of areas, that he's literally the person who's engaging in sex trafficking. We have that type of behavior. So if someone makes an accusation about this type of behavior, I am 100% going to believe that person. Why? Because of the fact that he was likely to engage in this behavior, and they can point and put themselves right around that particular area at that time. I don't know why you would not believe
So
that.
watch this. Now
That's
let's
incredibly
watch this.
insane. I think it's insane to say that you don't believe the victims of Epstein.
Can we test your logic now?
Go ahead.
Okay, now watch this. If it's the case that because the evidence is detrimental to the case of people who have been assaulted by Epstein or Trump or any party that you deem to be truth, if that's the logic you're going to be predicated the truth to be on, is it also the case that you can hold this logic to also believe in Jesus Christ? Because there's evidence that also holds to the two people that have seen Jesus. There's a bunch of historical detrimental evidence. Are you also going to, just answer the question? This is your logic. I just need to see if your logic's sound or not.
Yeah, okay, let's try it. Let's
Just answer
go.
the question.
Go for it. Let's see this argument. I can't wait.
All right, so I just gave it to you. Can you answer the question?
That was the whole argument?
So Parker, if the case is that there's evidence to support these claims of people who've been violated because there's a court process, word-on-word quotation, your stance, is it also the case that Jesus Christ was a real person and he is God? Yes or no? Because it's also
definitely not. Because hold on, let me just clarify. Let me explain the distinctions between these.
Yeah, he doesn't even believe his own logic. Good shit.
Wait, that wasn't my logic. So let me explain it. No, not at all.
Brother, I end the live.
Can I
word for word? There's
can I please speak?
There's procedures, and there's testaments, which is the exact same thing that's contingent on Jesus Christ.
Let me know when you're done.
The logic doesn't hold on the Jesus Christ part. That's kind of weird, Parker. Sounds like you're cherry picking how you want to hold your logic. Go ahead. Go ahead. Try to wheeze out of that, Parker.
Okay. Well, there are no first-person accounts of Jesus' resurrection. Plus, there are different claims. So, if we're talking about claims specifically of things that happen within the context of the real world, we know things like assault happen, right?
How do you know
it's
that?
Not like can I please finish without you cutting me off?
That's the point of court.
Let me know when I can finish without you cutting me off.
Well, wait. You're doing straw mans here, right?
Do I need to mute you? Do I need to mute you? Like I just need to finish my statement. What concession? I'm literally just trying to finish my statement.
But brother, your logic, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, then please shut up and listen. How about you listen?
Do you know what a first-person account is, Parker?
Yeah, can I please finish?
You can't use a first-person account to prove someone got assaulted, brother.
Let me know when I can speak without interruption.
Please just say something logically.
Do I need to mute you? Do you need a baby bottle?
Very mature.
You need one? Would you prefer a baby bottle, or do you have self-control? Do you have self-control, or do you need a baby bottle?
Okay.
I'm asking a genuine question. I'm trying to finish my statement. Do you want a baby bottle, or do you have self-control and you can stop talking and let me finish my... Okay, he needs a baby bottle. Okay, I think he needs a baby bottle. Okay, so no, I don't need to believe in God based upon that argument. One, because those aren't first-person accounts, because they're passed down word of mouth for a generation right after the fact that Jesus was dead. Secondly, we can point to the fact that it's a claim about resurrection, a supernatural event. We have no priors with supernatural events such as resurrections happening. So, like the likelihood of that particular claim happening, right, is extraordinarily less and requires more evidence to substantiate than a particular claim that of something that happens within the natural world, something that we know happens to people, right, and affects people, right? There's a huge distinction between claiming something supernatural like resurrection, right, and what evidence you'd rely upon for that versus specifically just a claim about something that happens within the real world all the time.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
So check it. So two things. This is just crucial things to your logic and your worldview here. First things, are you denying that there's people who claim they have first person experience or interactions with God? Yes or no?
Well, I don't think that those are experiences with God.
Okay, so no one gives a shit what you think, Parker. Is it the case that there are people who claim
there are people that claim this, yes.
Awesome, congratulations. Are there also people that claim that they've been assaulted by Trump or Epstein?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Can you please show me the non sequitur here as far as the logical sounds? Like what's his non sequitur?
I already described to you. It's because because you're claiming a supernatural claim, which we have no priors for that actually demonstrate this, whereas we have a natural claim that happens specifically within the real world. You understand that they have different improbabilities of it happening. A supernatural claim is the least probable thing that could possibly occur. So it couldn't possibly be the most possible explanation, unless it's the only possible explanation.
For the natural thing that took account, what's the prior to the natural thing?
What's the fact that we know that rape happens within our society?
What the fuck, Parker? Are you even tracking what you're saying, brother?
Yes, I am.
So because rape happens in society, it is now the case to be that we should believe the people who are making accusations on the person that they are victims of, correct?
Yeah, there's a difference in the level of standard of evidence that you'd have to provide for a claim specifically that is going to be happening in the natural world compared with something that's going to happen supernaturally because you have no priors to establish supernatural claims such as those.
Okay, Parker,
I don't think that's complicated. Priors establish evidence. That's not a complicated thing.
How do you define supernatural, Parker?
Supernatural. It's going to be not of this world, not of the natural world.
Not, yeah, that's not that supernatural means,
Well,
Parker.
then what do you mean by supernatural?
Okay, so for starters, when I said Jesus or God, whoever the case is, it doesn't matter whether God is, I asked you originally, is it the case that people claim to have first person experiences with God? You said yes, correct?
I asked
Correct?
you.
Yes or no,
I asked you
Parker?
to define something, and now you're asking me something. I thought you
Well,
were. I
first
thought
of
you were
all,
answering something.
the supernatural
What
just
was
means
the
something
answer? I
that's
just want to be clear. What was
not
the answer? What's
supernatural,
supernatural?
something that can be explained or proven through
So then,
science.
why did you ask me to define it if you say that there's no
Because
definition?
you didn't define the definition right, Parker.
So then, what is the
Supernatural.
definition?
Science is going to be pretty kind of the natural world. Supernatural would
What
be
is
something that
supernatural?
science
Can you
can't.
define supernatural?
Yeah, something that science can't prove.
Something that science can't prove.
Yeah,
So for
science is the
example,
study of the natural world.
so for example, if we were 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, all
Uh-huh.
right, because we hadn't proved the Earth, whenever, but prior to the point which we'd proved the Earth is spherical, you're saying because science can't prove that yet, you're saying it's supernatural that the Earth is spherical?
So one more time, supernatural. What, like I said, is something science can't prove. So are you claiming science couldn't demonstrate the shape of Earth a couple thousand
Not
years
at
ago?
that time.
That's not true. When did Galileo come up, Parker? Where did Copernicus come up, Parker?
Yeah, I said prior to the
Okay,
point
so
in
you
which
don't know
we
what the
had the
fuck you're talking
ability.
about. Copernicus was way before
So,
way after six
yeah,
thousand
yeah, no.
years.
So I clarified after
So
that.
science did know Earth was a globe before 6,000 years, Parker.
Okay,
Stop
so
it.
then can we go years beyond that? Because I clarified after
Oh,
the
here we
statement
go.
of
Let's change
4,000.
the timeline. Let's
I
change my
clarified
time.
after saying a few thousand years to the
Okay.
point prior to us having the ability to prove it. I'm
Parker,
saying
do
we
you want me to
didn't
give you a
have the.
syllogism? I'll give you a
Can you
syllogism for
please
your
let me
logic here.
finish? Can you please let me finish?
Did you say
So
something
I'm saying,
coherent?
okay, this guy is so insufferable. I'm saying prior to the point in which we're saying that we knew about this or we had science to prove this, science couldn't prove it at that point. If science couldn't prove it at that point, you're saying it's designated as supernatural. So the Earth being spherical was designated as supernatural claim.
Okay, so no. So one more time. Science is the study of the natural world. Can you study the world, Parker?
Can you study the world? Yes.
Would that now be supernatural, Parker?
Okay, so you're saying so anything within the
Oh
natural
my
world.
God! Get
So
the
wait, then
fuck
you
off
accept. Wait,
TikTok,
so
Parker.
then
Get
he
off
accepts
TikTok.
my
Please get off.
definition. When I said
No,
not of the
Parker,
natural
Parker.
world,
I
it
said
sounds like you
something
accepted
that's
my
no, no, no,
definition.
no, brother. I gave you the scientific Oxford definition. That's
Yeah,
what I gave
wait,
you.
which kind of sounds like my definition then.
Well, first of all, your definition sounds like it came from Timu, but I'm being more
Not of the
technical.
natural world.
So
So
well,
can you
not
tell me?
necessarily.
Can you
So
describe to me your definition again?
yeah, it's going to be something that can be scientifically proven or demonstrated.
Okay, so if you're saying that, if you're at least if you're interpreting that as it's something that can be, meaning it's something of the natural
Mind please,
world
burden
that
shifting,
can
sir.
be observed, for example, well then that's totally in accordance with my definition of
Okay,
not of
so
the natural world is supernatural,
Parker,
because the natural
Parker,
world is something that you could possibly observe. Now,
quick
the
question.
point that I was disputing was that like when you say can at that particular point, they technically couldn't. They didn't have the resources to be able to do that at that particular point, or they didn't have the process behind doing that at that point. But that didn't mean that it was a supernatural claim.
Okay,
And you said, oh,
that's
well,
your
I interpret it as
Parker.
like they still had the capacity to do so at a certain point. They
Parker,
just didn't have the capability right at that particular moment.
Parker,
And I'm
can I
like,
ask you a
okay,
question here?
if you interpret it that way, well, then you're just saying anything of the natural world, which is then indicating that everything not of the natural world is supernatural, which is exactly what I
Okay,
said.
so watch this, Parker. So what part of Jesus' existence is would you consider supernatural? The coming back to life after death? Is that what you're claiming? You're supernatural?
Well, I think that Jesus is a natural person. I don't think Jesus is a god. So, like from my understanding, I think he's natural. But from your
Okay,
understanding, he's
so
supernatural because you believe he's divine. You believe that he is an
okay,
all-knowing, all-powerful,
what?
all-good being
One
that
second, I don't
existed
believe that.
prior
No, I
to the
don't believe
point
that,
in
brother.
which the Earth existed.
I
That
don't
didn't
believe that.
just
No, no, no.
exist as a human, right? You
Brother, can you
exist.
just what
Okay.
part of Jesus? Please answer the question. What part of Jesus do you claim to be natural?
Well, part of Jesus is natural. He's a person.
Yep. Okay, if you can acknowledge that he's a person, under what evidence do you have of proof that he's a person?
That he existed historically.
Okay, cool. Do all things that exist historically are real?
Wait, no,
Is that
I'm
the
asking.
case?
I
The
I
logic
asked you
here?
like that he existed historically.
No. Watch what you're saying. Answer the question.
I'm asking
What
you. Is that
part
what
of
you
him?
mean? I'm just clarifying.
Well, first of all, I asked you a question, so that wasn't a clarification. You answered. You made a statement.
I
You
made a
said
state
that
of
you were.
clarification. No, I made a statement of clarification.
Okay, Parker, are all things historical proven to be true?
Wait, are all things that are like I would say that what I would accept to be historical is what's historically proven.
Okay, cool. Is Jesus returning from the dead? Is that historically? Excuse me, is that historical?
No,
That's not
historically
historical.
proven.
Okay, awesome, cool. Now, how do you differentiate his existence from what him coming back from the dead? Like what
How do I-
evidence? What's the evidence for the
I would say that
difference
we
here?
have evidence for his existence, but we don't have evidence for him coming back from the
Yeah,
dead.
what's the non sequitur
Radically
here?
different claims. One specifically is supernatural. The other one is just based upon the fact that someone existed. And it's
Now,
not
watch this.
unlikely
Parker,
that a person existed at that time, specifically if there are individuals that have responded to this, or there are type of historical events. But it's not good evidence that there was a resurrection because it's a supernatural claim that relies on significantly more evidence in order to substantiate in the first place. Which,
Yeah,
again,
Parker,
there
has
hasn't
anyone
been
ever come
provided
back from the
evidence
dead?
for. There aren't individual accounts of this. And also, why are we even talking about this? What is the point of even going and debating about this?
Watch this. Watch. First of all, you wanted. Wait a minute. What did you do was you weaseled under the original evidence.
I didn't weasel
that you claimed
anything.
yeah, you did. So you said that people that get raped, because unlike you can track, you said people that get raped. That is a
Yeah.
historical thing that happens in our society. So therefore, whenever there is someone that claims that they've been a victim of an action, therefore it is to be the case that we trust and believe them. So the
We're
things
gonna
that are on the
evaluate those
Epstein
claims
files,
differently than we evaluate
Okay.
supernatural claims. I don't think that's a
sure, that's fine.
wait,
That's
wait,
what you
wait.
said.
Do
Sure,
you
sure.
evaluate?
Yeah,
Wait,
now-
I have a question. Do you evaluate natural claims and supernatural claims the same?
I mean, it's all predicated on the evidence, so I would say so. If there
You would
is
say
evidence,
so? Okay, so then
if there's
people, so people who
evidence,
claim
if
that they
there's
have
evidence.
so people who claim that they had specifically first-person accounts, right, where they are like Prophet Muhammad, right, with
Sure.
the angel Gabriel. Do you think that was an actual spiritual experience under your view?
Do I think that?
You just
I
cut
think
out
that people. I think that people who are claiming this do have evidence to upon themselves. Sure. Can I prove
so,
or
so you
disprove
do think that he
evidence?
was experiencing something spiritual?
No. I take it to be the case that they believe that.
Okay, there's a difference between someone believing that and you whether or not you think it happens. I'm asking you, do you think it happened?
Well, brother, what I think happened would be pragmatic. That's not. I'm arguing principle here. I'm arguing.
If you're unable to answer questions, I'm just going to go on to the next person. Like I ask you direct questions, and
why are you dodging?
what do you mean? Why am I dodging?
Answer
You're the
your
one not
question just
answering
'cause
my
you don't-
question.
brother,
I'm asking
you
you a
don't like
direct
the answer.
question, and you're the one dodging from answering
Brother,
it. And I'm
brother,
saying
brother.
because you're dodging, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And then
Okay,
you're like,
so
why
one
are you
time,
dodging,
Parker.
Parker?
Parker, calm down. Your cords all spiking, bro.
Okay. Engage in the conversation. If you don't choose to engage in
I'm
the conversation,
engaging.
I will
Don't
move
get
on to the
scared,
next
Parker.
person. How
Don't
about
get scared,
you
Parker.
engage in answering questions, Maxing?
Okay, so watch this. Ready, Parker? I
Can you answer the
believe
question, Max?
that people truly believe that they've seen an angel. Sure.
What would? Okay.
Like this.
So do you believe that it is true that it happened?
I believe it is logically possible. Yes.
No, is it true that it happened?
I can affirm an action. That
So
wasn't part
no,
of-
it's not true that it happened.
If I told you that I got assaulted,
Wait, dude, can you answer the question? Stop. Okay,
can't
dude,
track. I already
dude,
answered the
this guy
question.
can't answer questions, dude. It's actually unbelievable, dude.
Parker, you're not tracking, brother. I
No,
just answered
you
your
you are
question.
literally. Can you answer a question?
Watch this. I'm gonna answer it. Then
No,
you
no,
have to
no.
say I didn't
Seriously,
answer it.
like
Ready? Watch this.
directly. Can
Watch
you?
this. Ask the
I want a
question.
yes or a no answer this. Can you answer a question?
Oh, yes, obviously, yes.
Okay, so then why are you not answering my questions?
Well, I did. You're just not tracking, Parker.
Wait, so you can. You're choosing not to
You
answer my
asked
questions.
me, did
then.
this happen? And I said I can't.
So are
affirm
you
an
choosing
action.
not to
That's-
answer my
that's
so
answer, Parker.
sir, are you choosing not to
Wow,
answer my
you're worse
questions?
than Dean, bro.
Are you choosing not to answer my questions?
Okay, I just answered it, Dean.
Are you choosing not to answer my questions?
Yeah, I just answered it, buddy.
So I'm talking about the prior questions. Are you choosing not to answer my questions?
I did answer it.
No, you did
Watch,
not.
ask it again, Parker.
What was
Ask it
your
again.
no?
I'm
No,
gonna flip
tell
this
me
shit.
what was
Ask
the
it
what
again,
was the
Parker.
answer? Stop gesture maxing.
You
What was the
asked me,
answer?
do I believe that they saw an angel? Did you not just ask that?
Yeah, what was the answer? Do you
My
think that
answer was
actually
I
happened?
can't affirm or nor negate because I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. So then you would say the same thing about Jesus' resurrection because you weren't there.
I'm not a Christian. Exactly.
You're not
yes.
Christian?
That's the point. I'm not a Christian.
Why are
It's
you arguing this and you're not even Christian?
It's an
This
analogy.
guy is
Dean.
gesture
You know what
maxing,
analogies
bro.
are?
Dude, come on, pause.
To answer the question, what's the proof? One more time.
Pause. Okay. Hey, dude.
He said, she
Hey,
said,
dude.
what's the
I'm
evidence?
not having this conversation with you anymore, especially if you're not Christian. Can you just
Why are
tell
you
me
running,
why?
Parker?
Go back to why you support Trump.
Okay,
We're
one
gonna
more
have that
time.
conversation.
One
We
more time.
evaluate
Parker.
supernatural claims differently than we evaluate natural claims. You do that
Parker.
yourself. Otherwise, you would say under your own view that obviously you would have some sort of spiritual understanding of the world.
Parker, is it the case that you believe that someone got raped because they claimed they got raped? Yes or no?
Well, I believe in the situation with the Epstein victims, yes. The victims of
Okay.
Epstein, I do believe that because they have claimed that they're assaulted and they got settlements with the Epstein estate, I believe that's enough reason to believe that that happened to them. And you dispute
Parker, the
that.
people.
By the way, you think
I
it's
can't dispute
funny
this.
to
I
you
can't
think
dispute this,
that's
Parker.
disputable. You don't
That's
you
very disputable.
actually
Watch this, Parker.
you
Watch this,
yourself
Parker.
you don't believe the victims of Epstein.
Wait 1 second. So Parker,
Wait,
let me show you how
do
you can
you
dispute
believe the
this easily.
victims of Epstein?
Do I believe? I believe that they. No, actually, yeah, I could grant that. Sure, I could.
So do you believe the victims
of?
of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate?
I believe they got settlements. Sure, yes.
No, do you believe their accusations?
Oh, I'm not sure.
This is what I mean. You don't know if you believe the victims of
Parker, are you
Epstein.
claiming people don't take settlements just to end a situation from escalating into the public?
Epstein was dead at this point. So the reason why there's going to be a settlement is because there was evidence and it would go through the context of a court
Trump
case
dead?
and determine that they would have to give up those particular damages.
Is Trump
That's
dead?
why. What's that?
Is Trump still here?
Of course, Trump is still here. The claim you're not understanding my argument, though. You're not tracking. Thank you,
Yeah,
SJ. I appreciate the
am
galaxy.
tracking.
Can I explain my argument? Because you're not tracking.
Sure, go ahead. One more time. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so it's because the claims about Epstein, we believe the claims about Epstein to be true, and because we believe the claims about Epstein, and an accusation that one of the victims made about Epstein was that Epstein trafficked her to Trump, which also implicates Trump, that would then implicate Trump based upon the statements that we already believe to be true about the accusations against Epstein.
Now, can I ask you a genuine question?
Mm-hmm.
If it's the case that you truly believe that this is what happened, and you're going to believe these victims, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then why is it the case that you don't believe the victims in any other situation in history? The Quran, the Bible, the Hindu book. Why is it the case you don't believe these victims? Do you not believe there's victims in the Bible? Do you believe there's victims
What
in
do
the
you
Bible?
mean? That people got assaulted?
Do you believe there are victims of rape in the Bible?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you believe in the Bible now?
I believe that there are some historical facts in the Bible. No one
That's
disputed
the
that.
exact same thing I'm saying, brother. It's just different. It's the logic is contingent on each thing.
Wait, you know that an atheist, you
Your
don't have to
logic
dispute.
is contingent.
Okay, you don't understand that as an atheist. You can acknowledge that there are some historical facts in the Bible, some actual events that happen in the Bible. And by the way, that would have to mean that these particular individuals exist. So just because we can't establish it to be true based upon history doesn't mean that we're not believing victims that exist. We just
So one
have
second.
to establish that the person existed, because there are also parables in the context of the Bible, things that didn't actually happen, things that are not referenced to literal stories. So you also have to be clear on what specifically you're referencing,
Parker,
in the context of the Bible.
Just listen to the logic here, dude. You take it to be the case. Yes, people are victims in the Bible, but you also take it to be the case the Bible is not real word, a source of truth. Correct?
Yeah, of supernatural claims, yeah.
Okay, so this is what you're doing. You're differentiating what you want to believe in a book thousands of years ago under your own predications, correct?
Yeah, that's totally valid.
That's fine. Now I'm choosing to do the exact same thing, but instead of the Bible, years ago, of a victim claiming to be just like you're claiming, a victim of the Bible, mine's a victim of whatever. This is going to be the Epstein case. The logic is consistent. The only difference here is once you're claiming it has supernatural things in the book, and one doesn't, correct?
It's not just that. There's also like a pattern of behavior established with Epstein, and
the
types of behaviors he was engaging in, the convictions.
We're talking about Trump here, right? This is strictly Trump.
But the accusation about Epstein, us believing that to be true, is then what implicates Trump. So.
Oh, that's not the problem. Well, the problem here is that you're claiming.
And also, Trump has that character as well.
Wait. I'm still, mind you, my original argument was Trump is sustained the most positive utility, and even if the case was,
and I've already explained to you how he's prevented the release of the Epstein files.
Parker, do you take it to be the case that even if I granted you he did do this action, would he still be able to be legally president?
Legally, he still could be president, but you shouldn't be president.
Okay, that's we're not arguing what should, right?
We are arguing what should.
Well, didn't you just say? Didn't you say the midterm? Excuse me. Didn't you say if I could vote for Trump or Kamala, who would I choose today? Correct.
Yeah, that's based on what you think should be the case.
Yeah, and I'm asking you. And my original argument for Trump was he was sustained the most positive utility. For example, no one's ever respected us like they do now, right? I mean, you can deny that if you want, but they do. No one's doing the shit that he's doing. Venezuela, Iran, Israel, Palestine. No one's doing that shit, dude.
Okay, so what specifically? Like, can you name a political concession that we've got from the war with Iran since the beginning of the war?
You mean besides respect and a bunch of money and Hormuz? Like, what do you mean, bro?
What political concessions?
Money from the Hormuz. Like, come on.
No, we're not.
Oh, we're not?
We didn't get any political. So you think Iran's giving us money?
No, not Iran, genius. I
asked you what political concession have we got from Iran since the beginning of the war? You're not answering, not tracking. You're not tracking, buddy. Can you answer the question?
Concession, but just not from Iran.
Can you start answering the question?
Wait, are you claiming we didn't take the oil? Are you claiming that?
Can you answer the question?
Did we or did we not take the oil?
What political concession? I asked you, what political concession did we get from Iran? You're not giving me a political concession that we got from Iran. Answer the question.
Are you claiming that well, first of all, there's a bunch
I
of
need
regimes.
an answer to my question. What is a political concession that we've got from Iran since the beginning of the war?
One more time, regime change.
That's not a political concession because it's the same regime in office. It's not a regime change. Is the IRGC still in office?
How is that not political?
You're pivot maxing. Is the IRGC still in office?
Well, technically, not the same people, no.
But is the IRGC still in office?
Not the same people, no.
But is the IRGC still in office?
The agency or the agents?
Is the IRGC still in power?
The agency, we could grant the agency is, but the agents aren't now.
So the IRGC is still in power. There's been no regime change. If the IRGC is still in place,
there's not. Then why are they celebrating?
Yeah. So shut up.
Why are they celebrating in Iran?
Okay. Listen. Celebrating someone dying is not regime change, right? You understand that there's a distinction, right? If the Nazis stayed in power, right, but Hitler was killed, would you say that there was regime change? If the vice president of him stepped up and stayed in that position?
Technically, yeah, it would be a form of change because
that's not regime change. That's the same vice president. Regime is of an administration. So you change of an administration, okay? There was no change of administration. It's still the IRGC in control.
So Parker, if someone bought your TikTok account, but they still preach what you preach, would you argue that it's the same thing?
I would say that would be regime change because there's different administration. But if they preach what I preach, that'd still be regime change, but it wouldn't be like a regime change that led to an ideological difference.
Parker, you say it would still be regime change, huh?
Because this is an administration. Like, think about, I control my business. Gosh. If I'm not there controlling my business, then my administration is gone. Now, if you're talking about, like, for example, like the IRGC, that is a control, right? Not of just one person, but an entire group, right? So that regime is still in place. Now, if I had if I had a company, right, and there was like a vice president chair of that company, and the vice president stepped up and controlled, and I wasn't there anymore, right? That would still be the same regime.
No, Parker. If they were all in a
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Is that seriously that complicated for you to understand?
No, it makes sense, sure. But the point.
Okay, so then it was not regime change. Do you agree?
Do you believe that the people are just as equally bad as?
Do you agree it's not regime change?
No, I would argue it is.
Okay, so it's obviously not. You have to acknowledge that it's not regime change if you keep the same IRGC in office. Okay. I'm going to kick you because you're a waste of time to talk to. And chat, please stop telling me to skip people. I don't like it. Please don't do that. Like, I don't want to, I hate telling people because I don't want to be direct or rude. But, like, I don't like when people tell me to skip people. If you don't want to watch the stream, you can stop watching. I'm going to finish the conversation when I'm going to finish it. Just letting you know. I don't mean to sound rude at all. I just want to establish that. I'm not going to listen to it. What's up, how old are you? If you think it's boring to watch, you can just swipe on. That's totally fine. If you lose a fan because I establish a basic boundary that, like, I'm not going to listen, I'm just telling you not to waste your time, then go for it. I don't care. That's all you. What's up, how old are you?
Your girlfriend suck my dick, nigga. Your girlfriend suck my dick,
disgusting. Bitch. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. What's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You support Trump?
Yes.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd pick Trump, and I'll tell you, like, my values and.
Okay, what's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2008. I turned 18 February 5th.
Okay, for sure.
So,
I have a few people to think. Gotta catch up. Give me a second. SJ, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Give some W's for SJ in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Much love to you as well. Thank you very much. Eli as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know the economy is definitely worse off in so many factors, and so many people overlook that now after, like, saying that was, like, the main thing that they considered under the Biden administration. So that's an interesting thing. Paige, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very base. Thank you so much. That could definitely be useful. Thank you so much. Natasha, thank you so much for the $10. Happy birthday to you, Natasha. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm a chemist by trade, and your definition is more scientifically and linguistically accurate. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. As well as Drew, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Tom, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Preferred precedents or time limits. Maybe try and set in live timer for arguments. Maybe I will. Vicky, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much on Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me go over on YouTube Super Chat. Just give me a quick second. Actually, sorry, I was gonna go into like my only send a guest request. We already got past that. I apologize. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Joshua, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I was really cringe. He wasn't even trying to have a productive dialogue. And then Dragon Ball, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, again, you know how to do so. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. First off, before like I go into things, I'm a person that like I like to listen. I'm not like a big person to like argue at all. I like to hear different points of views. And I don't know, like, so I'm a Christian male, and I'm against abortion, but at the same time, like with Trump's like policies, like I was like for him because like economically, and then like so far, like I don't know, like going into the year, like when he was elected, I was pretty happy, but now it's just like I'm just a little confused because like with the stuff going on in Iran and some of his like tariffs, it's just like I just want to get your point of view because like obviously I would say I support Trump just because based off my values, he's more agreed with those values. But then also like economically, I just don't know if I've liked I don't like him as a person, but just like economically, like I'm not sure if he's done the best, and I just kind of wanted to see like your opinion on that, and then yeah.
Okay. Wait, which part did you want my opinion on? Like
economic,
his economic or abortion policy.
Well, like I know with like
Both?
Christian abortion, like we're gonna have different like point of views, and I know that's okay. Like it's like I don't really want to go down that like area because I know you're gonna have a different opinion. I'm gonna have a different opinion, and
So you
it's
want to
just
know
like
economically? Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, so I think that he's made the economy significantly worse off. And at practically every metric, the economy has become worse off. And if we reference real GDP growth is worse off in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth was worse off in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw a unemployment increase. We saw inflation increase since Trump's got in office because of his war with Iran and because of his tariff policy that he imposed. So conditions have become worse off because Trump got in office, and they'd be better off if Trump weren't in office.
Okay, so economically, do you think like who I guess would you have rather had Kamala economically then, and why?
Okay. Yes, I would rather have Kamala Harris economically because she wouldn't have imposed tariffs, because tariffs impose inflation. And under the Trump administration so far, we've seen inflation go up, and it would have been lower, actually below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, according to the Federal Reserve, if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place.
Okay. Then my question also is like in next year's or oh gosh, what's that? In 2 years, the next election, I would assume that we'd probably see JD Vance run. And I was just wondering, what do you think of like his policies as well?
Well, I think his policies just carry on what we've seen with MAGA and the Trump administration. So I definitely disagree with his policies because they disproportionately give money to the rich and wealthy at the expense of the working class. And I don't think that it's like addressing climate change. I don't think it's expanding access to healthcare. He has no plan for childcare access. He said just quite literally, just go ask grandma and grandpa to help out. I don't think that's enough from a government perspective. I think they need to provide more for their constituents to ensure that we have a base standard of living for everyone, especially for our children. Sapphire, thank you for the flying jets. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I mean, I could agree kind of on that. I mean, I guess like my point of view is like based off my values, right? Like I couldn't really vote for someone probably like Kamala just because of like my values, especially being a Christian, is like strong. But
Wait, what about you being a Christian means you can't vote for Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, in my point of view, just like some of the stuff, like especially with educate. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I mean, I've just always been more with all my values, like more towards right wing, but at the same time, like economically, like I just haven't been the best fan, and as Trump as a person, like I just hasn't like been the best fan so far.
Okay. So, it doesn't seem like you have any basic thing in Christianity that she would violate that would mean that you can't support her as a Christian. But I could point to something that you could not support Trump based upon, like the fact that he posted a picture of himself depicting himself as literally God.
Yeah, I didn't like, and I know, what was it? I think, didn't Tucker Carlson get on him for that too? I believe, like, I think I'm not sure on that. I'm not like too informative and stuff. I was really just wanting more of your opinion because it's like, I'm not sure because like, especially going into the a couple years in an election, you know, like based off my values, and I'm not sure that like I would be able to vote for someone like Kamala based off my values, but how could I also want someone more economically better? Like, I just, and as a person, I think just like Trump as a person just hasn't represented himself as good too. So.
Okay. So if he's worse off as a person, he's worse off economically. It seems like maybe you don't support Trump then.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, I mean, I was supporting Trump, you know, 100% at the beginning of the election, and then, you know, now I'm kind of in that like neutral zone, I would say.
Okay. So like, what values do you have that are in accordance with his?
Well, like I said, like I'm a Christian guy. Not in support of abortion, and I mean, I run my own business, so that's kind of based off my values, and I was just kind of getting your opinion on like going on for that.
Okay. So isn't abortion forgivable? Because blasphemy is not. According to the Bible. So I'm like, the point I'm making is that like she's just allowing for abortions to occur, the same thing God does. That's actually not immoral to do.
Yeah, I mean, but God gave like, and this is like my opinion, and like, and I'll respect your opinion too. Like, I'm just like, this is just my point of view on it. But in my opinion, God gave life when it is first conceived. So like when like the egg and the sperm combine, and God has a purpose for like everyone. So, I mean, in that, that's when life begins. That's the point of
ensoulment. Because if you think that's the point of ensoulment, then you think ensoulment ends at not at brain death, but at cellular death. Meaning you think everyone who everyone whose family pulled the plug on an individual in their family that is brain dead, you think they're murderers and should go to prison because they killed a human cellular life.
And I wouldn't say that like they deserve like to go to prison. I mean, for that, but like it's just like, I don't know. It's just something that I'm not like really for. And like I said, like everyone has their different like values and stuff. But
Sapphire, thank you to Leon. Thank you very much.
But yeah, so I mean, I guess you really answered my question at the very beginning. Okay. I mean, yeah. So right, well, I appreciate it. Then. Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, have a good day. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let me get everything completely set up. And let's get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request again if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's get on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Morgan, thank you so much for the bouquet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Olivia G, I sent you a guest request to join the stream. Because people were telling you to join in the box or something, and you said you can't. I sent you an invite. You can join in if you accept. It doesn't seem like she's accepting it. So, she said she would join up. Okay, well, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21 years old. I was born October 2004.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd be voting for Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, has a lot to do with the border. I like what he's doing with the border wall. I like what he's doing with keeping illegal immigrants out. I work in a job sector that has a lot of illegal immigrants that come in and, they take our position. I'm a flagger. So, it's blue collar, hard labor, and they'll come in and just take all the jobs, along with I don't agree with them putting them on the buses and bringing them into the hotels. And
those are legal asylum seekers, not undocumented immigrants. Secondly, if you want undocumented immigrants to take market wages and to quote unquote not take your gerbs, then how about you provide them a legal pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or serious crime? Because then they have the incentive to take market wages like everyone else, because they don't have a lack of bargaining power because of the threat of mass deportation over them. Along with the fact that actually, if you look at immigration as a whole, it increases the employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens, increases wages for natural-born U.S. citizens over the past 30 years, very slightly, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study.
Dude, Dean and Abby look so cute in that White House photo. Disgusting. They're so awesome. I love them.
You're so disgusting. What a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29. Parker.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I do not support Kamala Harris. If that was the option, it would be Trump. Had there maybe be a better option, I might go with it. But for Kamala and anyone who's running currently, I'm going with Trump.
Okay. So why do you think that Kamala is worse than Trump?
Well, as a black person, and I'm talking to many of the black people out there, there's some things she stands for and some parts of the entertainment industry she utilizes into her campaign that I feel like is one of the reasons why black people as a whole been held back for generations. I know you might say that that's a far reach, but let me explain momentarily. Like her utilizing figures like Cardi B, artists from the group the Migos, and other people in that stratosphere. Those people should never on earth be next to the president. Let me tell you why. Cardi, not to say that those people shouldn't be able to do what they want to do and live those lives, but when we talk about standing next to the president of the United States in front of millions and millions of kids, Cardi B, a known dancer, and who spoke about robbing men, Quavo, who till this day is getting his family member and friends killed over his gang affiliations and illegal activities. These people are all in cahoots and somehow and are used in Democratic campaigns. And for Black people, for those figures to steadily be put in major forms of public eyes is completely and destroying the Black community. These Black kids are realizing, hey, I can rob people, I can dance. Female children, girls realize I can dance from a way in age. Are you putting Nicki Minaj up there? Do you want me to show me anyone other than Nicki Minaj and anyone other than Nicki Minaj, or just Nicki Minaj?
Yeah, I can give you plenty of others. The point that I would make is that, you have Trump affiliated with Epstein, my guy. You have like if you want to talk about affiliations,
for sure.
Maybe you should start there. What about Diddy? Trump said that Diddy is a terrific guy. He's a great guy, and then he's going to stand up for Diddy.
He did not say that he was going to stand up for Diddy. He said he was going to review the case.
You want to hear him say that?
That he was going to stand up for Diddy?
Yeah.
I hope you're just not going to take it out of context and play a 6-second clip.
Wait, take it out of context? Did he say that? Yes or no?
I'm asking you, in what aspects was he referring to?
He was saying that Diddy's a great guy. He thinks he's a good friend, and that he's going to stand up for Diddy because he thinks that he's a good guy. That's what he was saying.
In what aspects?
What? That he was saying that because he thinks he's a good guy.
What was the context in which he was responding to?
Because someone talked about how they worked for Diddy. He's like, "Oh, Diddy's a great guy. Is he a great guy?" She's like, "I don't want to comment." And he's like, "He's a great guy. I'm gonna stand up for Diddy."
So if he has no idea before that point if Diddy if he was guilty or not of committing crimes, and he had done business deals with Diddy that had nothing to do with Diddy's illegal activity, then how would he be exposed to that side of Diddy? That's what I'm saying about you taking things out of context.
Okay, wait.
But rather, I thought the question was why I didn't.
Okay, so what about that with Epstein?
With Epstein, and this is what I'm going to tell you about with Epstein. The reason why I hate arguing that major fact in these type of conversations is because Epstein is not only associated with the Republicans, but he's also associated with the Democrats. And not only that, because in this conversation, I was talking about them using these figures in mass media ways. They don't use Epstein in that way. Yes, he is it's dirty laundry, of course. Yes, he is. But they don't use him in that way. So if you can bring other people like Quavo, who's constantly rapping about murder and pillaging, besides, I guess, Kodak Black, if you probably, I give you one, I know you probably didn't have one, you got to do your research. I'm free-handed, by the way, this is all off the noggin. There's not a computer in front of me. I'm just giving you this information. But regardless of the fact that Dems has a history of utilizing a history way more than the Republicans of utilizing horrible people. First of all, I just wanted to let you know I won a debate against Dean, and Dean would never wants to debate me ever since I won one debate with him. He cut me cut me the heck off, and then never wanted me to talk again. I got Chief stopped talking for at least 30 seconds, so I forgot about myself. But regardless, those are my small points why I don't support the Democrats in general. Kamala Harris is still running with the same spiel the Democrats have been running with. And that's why I will always, up until this point, choose Donald Trump, because yes, he has dirty laundry, as do all parties, as do all portions of the government. But when it comes to the stubble down, he's more for right. Hey, I don't want people senselessly doing senseless violence all the time, so we're cracking down on this. Hey, there's been, I'm Black. Like I said, most of my family are able, Black people, I apologize for putting this on blast, but most of my family are able-bodied people and able to work.
I'm sorry, can I respond at any point?
No problem at all. No problem. Go ahead, Parker.
So I can show you Trump with Putin. I can show you Trump with Kanye. I can show you Trump with Nick Fuentes. I can show you Trump with Lil Pump. I can show you Trump with Aiden Ross. I can show you Trump with Andrew Tate. Do you want me to keep going? Like, how many more examples do I need to provide with people? Like, these are real media campaigns that existed on a large scale. All of those are media campaigns that existed.
If I can respond to that, would you like to do the comparison to the Democrats though, in general?
Or you're the one who brought up this affiliation argument.
For sure. I'm responding to the names you got. Since we are responding to those facts, would we like to do a comparison? Sorry, I have a small stuttering problem. Small only when I get a little excited. I've been waiting for this video. This chat. But like I said, we should do an actual list. The horrible people the Dems have had versus the horrible people.
Isn't that just that's just not like you can't just use this argument against Kamala Harris. If it's something that exists on both sides, you can't use the argument against Kamala Harris.
No. The argument that I'm using against Kamala Harris is because I am a black person, and the Dems use urban and cultural appropriating figures to sway the votes of the urban communities. Because wait,
what culturally appropriating figures?
Let me finish 1 second.
I just want to clarify what culturally appropriating figures.
Bro, maybe it be now this is hypothetical. I'm not literally saying him, but maybe it be a Post Malone, maybe it be a whoever. Like I said, that is a hypothetical, not literally Post Malone, Parker. I literally said that before making that statement.
So wait, just name who? Name one specific person.
Like Quavo from the Migos, or anyone from
how is he culturally appropriaring?
Little Dirk.
How is Quavo culturally appropriating?
No, you mean culturally appropriating? All right, I guess if you want me to look up some.
I'm just asking. Like, these are the people.
No, Parker. This is Parker. This is the reason why I can't, Parker. I'm not in front of my PC. I'm usually am, Parker. I'm not. I don't have the type ability to look up my references offhand right now. But we for sure know. Now, if you want to sit here and act like you don't know,
do you want to act like
fine.
Do you think that there are any people like this that Trump relies upon for support, or Trump used for support?
Relies? Do he
relies and used for support? Yeah.
Does he rely as in it's mandatory that he does? Nah, I don't believe so.
Sorry,
not
that he
rely.
Used for support. How about that he used for support?
Now that if you're saying that used for support, that's different. But relies.
Yeah, so used. So hold up, used.
So if you're saying used, and I agree there are some, but that's not what I'm saying, sir. I'm saying on a more often than sometimes basis, the Dems are utilizing urban. Listen, and when you cut me off, that's what I was going to saying. Me and a lot of the people where I'm from, they don't know anything about politics at all. They haven't read up on politics at all. A lot of them don't vote, but a lot of them do vote. And guess who they vote for? Whoever Shaquille O'Neal says vote for it. You know why? Because they've been following that man his whole entire life, point blank, and if he says vote for this person, they are going to vote for this person. The same with Little Dirks, the same with Nicki Minaj, which is the Republicans are finally learning this year that they have to use, because the Democrats have been doing it for so long. The last 2 or 3 terms, the Republicans are maybe starting to get on that side just because they feel like they have to, because the media is used against them in such a major way. But more so on the Democrat side of things, the reason why I do not like the Dems as of this point is purely because they're utilizing those urban figures on such a main and such a steady, a consistent pace that is destroying the black community.
What consistent pace?
All the time they are using.
I don't think it was everywhere that they went.
You said what?
I don't think it was everywhere they went. I think it was
similar
to how
you're literally trying
I think both sides of the political.
Parker, I know that they go to sleep sometimes, Parker. I know that they use the bathroom sometimes, Parker. They go to the grocery store. They go home and stuff, Parker. Yes, I understand that, Parker. But at the end of the day is going to end, bro. And that's why me and a lot of black people are turning far, far away from the Dems, because we don't like the hip hop music anymore. For sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say, like, like I understand, but the point that I was making is in politics. It's not just out like I'm not talking about like she does typical daily tasks and she's not doing it during those typical daily tasks. I mean like while she's campaigning. Now you're talking about like people specifically who are celebrities. Like now the Democrats and the Republicans will work with celebrities, and that happens across the board. We can bring up plenty of individuals the Republicans.
We're not just talking about celebrities. We're talking about the Democrats utilizing people who more often than sometimes are to pull that black vote are using those people who should never be put on the mainstream platform with any presidential campaign.
I could say the same thing with Trump. What about
Andrew Tate?
What about Andrew Tate? Is that just completely okay that he's just going to be up with Andrew Tate?
Are you saying Andrew Tate his presence is more even on the same sphere as potent in destruction as the Migos have been? They rap nothing about
I would
cocaine.
argue that Andrew Tate has been more destructive.
What?
Yes.
Are you insane?
I'm sorry. Do you realize how many men
culture?
Hold on.
Drug culture.
Can I please address this?
Fraud culture.
Can I please address this? So Andrew Tate, right, has absolutely, right, completely changed the way that young boys have been engaging with politics. You understand that, right? He radicalized right-wing and sent them down an all-right pipeline for a lot of young men, right?
We're talking about going down the wrong road versus
Wait, let me please finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, that's what you're saying. You're saying the Migos acting in a certain way leads people down the wrong road.
No.
I
That's
think
not
that
what I'm
obviously
saying.
Andrew Tate was seen by significantly more people, right? Was seen in a part of the conversation with significantly more people when it comes to the amount of influence that he would have had over in terms of an ideological opinion compared to someone who makes music. I understand people over music can have impact over the way that people view things, but I don't think that it's as large as the impact that we've seen with Andrew Tate. Now, and that's in a negative context. Tate is way more over negative context. The entire manosphere is a byproduct of Tate's content. You know that, right?
What? For sure. But because Migos use sniff cane and lean and popping yerks, I know like 100, not like 50 to 100 people that have died for those causes, sir. I have literally, because of Migos music and everyone associated with those people, I've witnessed someone die at that. First of all, I don't know if you know Georgiana, but I am in the studio of her hometown, the one who made all of her lit music, the Glorilla song and whatnot. But regardless, in that studio, because of all this rapping and pillaging, I watched 2 cousins and 1 brother all kill each other within 5 feet of each other. They were all family, blood related. You can look up.
So you think if the Migos didn't exist,
no,
that wouldn't have happened?
We're not talking about just the Migos. Please don't be condescending, Parker.
I'm just trying to understand. That's not condescending for me to ask a question.
No, right? I'm saying because the idolization of gang culture, the idolization of drugs.
Yeah, but like, do you think that Andrew Tate perpetuates rape culture?
Rape culture?
Yeah.
Listen, Parker. Which one you think is worse, murder or rape?
Rape.
Is worse than murder?
Yeah, but I would say that
you're a dem.
Yeah, I would say that rape culture is more prevalent than murder.
What? What's worse, a dead person or a raped person?
Can I finish? Can I finish without you just cutting me off every single time I speak? Please?
I'm sorry, Parker.
I'm trying to be respectful. I would love to have that same type of respect.
For sure. So, I know, Parker. I know. Go ahead.
So let me explain my position. Okay. So rape culture is significantly more prevalent. Okay. There are significantly more people affected by rape than there are people affected by murder in the United States. It's not even close. You can't even make a comparison. The whole argument that we're going to, and also, even so, you think they're morally similar in each individual circumstance where it happens. Absolutely, I think rape culture is more of a prevalent issue within our culture and leads to significantly more people dying, significantly more people taking their life, significantly more people being traumatized, having mass suffering, and literally going through torture. Like, do you understand that that's straight up torture and suffering caused to people in countless circumstances that is perpetuated by the idea of rape culture continually within our society that impacts tens of millions of people? Murder does not impact tens of millions of people in the United States every single year. Do you understand the distinction?
What? Murder doesn't impact tens of millions of people? If one person dies in a family, hundreds and hundreds of people, if that family has hundreds of people are affected.
You could say the same thing, and you could say the same thing about
Parker,
that.
No, Parker, no. Murder is worse than rape, Parker, all day, all night. Period, point blank. Period, Parker. Murder is worse than rape. A dead person on the floor, lifeless, anything he could or would have been, is completely more horrible than a rape person with the chance of getting better, the chances of therapy, the chance of maybe not getting better as well. But a dead person, Parker? Have we lost all senses of life? What is going on over there with the Dems? That's why I'm not over there, Parker. A life,
it's
a human
ridiculous
life.
To say that you disagree with me on a personal basis, therefore you're not a Democrat. Like ridiculous.
From a person who's pro-choice, by the way.
Wait, also, by the way, let me address this. So you can disagree with me on this and still think that it's more of a prevalent issue in terms of rape culture within our society, because it happens to a significantly greater extent within our society. And also, by the way, our president is a rapist, and you support him.
And Joe Biden has those.
Don't even do a what about Biden. Answer the fucking question. You supported Trump over Harris.
Yes.
You supported Trump over Harris. Don't even do a what about Biden. I don't even want to hear that.
I'm not saying Trump is a rapist, but I agree that Trump has been charged with the same things as Biden has.
No, he hasn't. Biden is not. Has Biden been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
You still support Kamala, brother.
Has Biden been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
What'd you say, bro?
Has Biden been held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
So we're playing semantics. Has he ever been charged with a sexual crime?
No, he hasn't
in
been
civil
charged.
court, or has anyone ever made allegations in any way?
He has been
shape,
accused,
or form?
yes, by Tara Reid,
Okay,
who specifically
okay,
perjured herself in court and then fled to Russia.
Who's been accused. Listen,
I'm not just referencing.
We can just get off the sexual assault anytime.
I'm referencing he was held civilly liable. Listen. I'm referencing he was held civilly liable. And by the way, the last candidate was Kamala Harris.
First of all, no, I'm not going to say that whoever it is who he sexually assaulted is not true just because it wasn't proven in court. Unfortunately, the way you Dems do it, I'm not going to do that, bro. I'm not going to do that.
Wait, so do you believe
if
E.G.
he
Carroll?
has allegations, I'm going to say that he may have done it. Period.
Watch this. Do you believe E.G. Carroll?
Do I believe Eugene Carroll? I don't not believe her. I don't not believe her.
Okay. Do you believe the 27 people that accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct?
I'm not saying that I don't believe any of that.
Do you believe the minor that credibly accused Donald Trump of sexually abusing her after being trafficked to him by Jeffrey Epstein?
Like I just said, Dean, I'm not saying that I do not believe anything. I'm telling you that in the fear of politics, unfortunately, because the Democrats and the Republicans are both guilty of sexual things of any nature, I do not argue that fact. It is pointless. You're just doing that to denounce Trump.
Is Kamala Harris guilty of any sexual crime?
Is she associated with anyone who is?
That's a dishonest thing. So do you think it's worse to be...
So I can associate with my... You're saying that I'm wrong for associating myself with...
Can you just engage with my points? It's really frustrating, right? Do you think it's worse to sexually assault someone or to be a part of an administration where you believe someone sexually assaulted another person? Which, by the way, I don't think you believe Tara Reid. So I just think I think you're lying.
So you're saying she's a liar?
She perjured herself in court. Yes, we can prove that she lied.
So you're saying that she's a liar?
Yes, she perjured herself in court.
So you're saying out of all those 27 people, there's not one person who might be a liar?
Oh, there could possibly be a person that's a liar, but I would say that
so why are we sitting here arguing that fact? Let's get on the back of the things that are destroying the community.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Listen to me right now. Please, I'm trying to respond. Man. You asked me a question, let me respond. Please, do I need to mute you every single... You asked me a question, I'm going to respond, okay? Please, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, I can't even. So could there possibly be someone that was lying? Yes, but even if one person is telling the truth, that's enough to say that you don't support him, okay? So do you think every single one of them is lying? The 27 people that accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. Unmute yourself. Click the microphone in the bottom right.
If you mute me, why don't you unmute me, brother? But like I just said, I'm not saying any, for the 50th time, I'm not saying any of those people are wrong in their accusations. I'm telling you, when it comes to the fear of politics, it is riddled with sexual assaults on the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So arguing that fact while we're sitting here debating on the things that's destroying the society as it stands today is pointless. That's what I'm telling you, Parker. Is there any way that you're not understanding that, Parker?
It's not pointless.
Can we get back on the things that are destroying the community? Like the fact that
Can I respond? Are you asking me, is that a question for me to respond to, or is that just a rhetorical question? Was that a rhetorical question or a question for me to respond to?
Go ahead and respond if you would like to, Parker. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I think it is important to talk about. I think this is relevant. And I think that you can't just say, oh, it exists on the Democratic side because we're talking about Kamala Harris being the last candidate. She did not sexually abuse anyone. Acting like it's the same is fucking ridiculous. And by the way, I think you're doing rape apology when you sit there and you act like it's not a big deal. The president of the United States has raped people. Okay? We're talking about children. We're talking about like E. Jean Carroll. We're talking about 27 people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. That's a pattern of behavior. To try to compare that to specifically even Joe Biden, or to try to say that Kamala Harris is literally going to hold that anywhere near the same level of responsibility is fucking dishonest. It's bullshit, and it fucking demeans the violence targeted against people of sexual violence. The people that are victims of sexual violence.
I'm not saying in any way or demeaning any of those people's cases. I'm purely saying what I said before. This is the issue I have with you arguing your sexual assault. Not to say diminish the sexual. I'm gonna stop saying that word. But what we're talking about, not to diminish that or those people. What I'm saying is, when I bring up the fact that the Dems love to the reason you asked me the reason why I don't support why I will never support Kamala Harris, I tell you it's because, hey, they're doing all this gang culture. It's killing the communities. There's way more of that support coming from the Democratic Party than is the Republican. And you don't respond to any of that stuff, or you argue.
I directly respond to that. Don't be dishonest. I respond to that
No. You directly respond to it, and in your response, you pivot to the sexual assault as a defense and force me to defend myself against that. When I'm not talking about the sexual assault, I'm talking about the pillaging of the community, of the urban communities.
Which I address. I gave countless examples of Trump with Lil Pump. I gave countless examples of him with Kid Rock. I gave countless examples of him specifically. We can reference Aiden Ross, Nicki Minaj. We can reference him specifically with Andrew Tate. We can reference him with plenty of individuals like Epstein, right? Individuals specifically that you think and agree with have done horrible, atrocious things. We can reference Kanye with Kanye. We can reference him with Nick Fuentes. We can reference him with Diddy. We can reference him with Jake Paul. We can reference him pardoning Kodak.
Unfortunately, I can agree with you only some of the way, due to the fact, as I said, if we put a list, not Nick, I know the guy with black hair who always wears a suit, not Nick, not Andrew Tate. I'm talking about things that directly affect the urban communities. When we're talking about putting a list of those people next to each other, the Democrats' list is going to be insane.
I have a question.
If you have the time, you looked everything else up.
Hold on.
Please look that up.
I have a question. Do you think that Donald Trump's administration is better for black people?
See, is that
your argument?
That's a wild question that I'm just going to ignore. I feel like it's better for me because I'm a human, not because I'm black. And the things that the Dems.
Sorry, I thought that's what the argument you were trying to oppose.
No. I feel like it's better because I'm human, not because I'm black. Okay, not at all because I'm black.
Okay, so then overall, how is he better for humans?
For me, my personal preference is like he's been doing with food assistance. He's about to put on. He was trying to.
He's better with food assistance. You mean cutting food assistance?
Yes. If you let me explain and stop cutting me off, I'll let you know exactly what I'm talking about. Give me a second. First of all, chat. You see how he's hitting his head? Let me know. Let me let you guys something. Let you guys know something that Parker could never understand. Being a 20 or around age white male, sir. Donald Trump is talking about putting people from Section 8 to food assistance, giving people a limited amount of time to be on there before they're kicked off. I know how horrible it must sound to people like you, but the people like me who have sat and watched my family and my loved ones, who I love dearly, my community, utilize and abuse these systems for years is almost an eye-awakening experience. Let me tell you why. Someone who has now been using Section 8 as a crutch. When you have Section 8, you cannot make a certain amount or your rent goes up, period. So unfortunately, the urban communities utilize that fact, do not make over a certain amount so that they don't lose their home. You start making more than a basic server, and now all of a sudden you have to pay an extra $1,200 a month bill. So they purposely don't. Please let
Trump
me
didn't
finish.
touch Section 8.
For sure, but there was not yet. But I'm pretty sure there was things imposed.
No, there wasn't. So can I address the food assistance and healthcare, like, because what you said is not a limited amount of time. That's not what it is at all.
If you so let me know exactly what it is. After you done typed and looked up the verbatim thing, go ahead.
Dude, I've talked about this millions of times, right, on the stream.
For sure.
I did not have to look it up. The only thing, what I typed down was notes, so I didn't have to end up cutting off. But you just said so many lies where inevitably it made sense. You cut me off
anyways, but it's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just explained that. So the cutting of the food assistance specifically is in situations where people didn't meet the quote-unquote work requirements. Okay, so they extended and made it harder to meet the work requirements to cut people off their access to food stamps and health insurance through Medicaid. So 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance. The context of the big beautiful bill through Medicaid. 2.5 million people on average every single month cut off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 kids off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Do you think those children deserve to lose their food access?
See, what you're doing is saying that because someone is an able-bodied worker and they have children, because they will not be getting food assistance because they've been using it as a crutch this whole time. I understand completely what you're saying, Parker, but unfortunately, you have to go through some trouble before you get to the good, Parker. Just like your family did, maybe, who's not on food assistance. One day they didn't have it, and they made it a way to get it. But if someone keeps giving you it, you'll never find a way to get it. And that's why the Section 8s there's some white people in Section 8 for sure, but they're riddled with minorities, because these people don't understand that this is more of a crutch than it is helping you in any way, shape, or form. Point blank, period. So when we talk about food assistance, that's one of the major reasons why I'm more Republican leaning than anything, period, because I feel like that's going to extremely benefit us, pushing people forward. Go ahead, Parker.
Do you think cutting food assistance reduces poverty?
And see, when you're talking about cutting food assistance, it makes it sound horrible. So when we're talking about it's not cutting because it's not getting completely cut. So we're talking about reducing food assistance. Yeah, yes, I think reducing food assistance, yes, Parker, is beneficial. Not reducing it for everyone, reducing it for able-bodied working people. Yes, it's beneficial in the long run. Yes, I do.
So do you have any evidence that cutting food assistance for those individuals, do you have any evidence that reduces poverty?
How do we have evidence until it happens and we can have data?
Well, we actually have data the other ways, that it actually increases poverty for us to do that, and it decreases poverty for us to impose these systems in the first place. How do we know this? Because we imposed them in the first place, and then we saw that decrease poverty. So you said it was just for able-bodied workers. What you're not understanding is there are plenty of individuals that are not yet qualified for disability, that do have disabilities, and while they're trying to qualify for disability, do rely on these programs in order to be able to ensure that they have adequate access to the things they need. This ensures everyone... Let me please finish. This ensures everyone within our society has adequate access to the resources that they need, adequate access to be able to live, and that they're treated with basic dignity. Okay? This is literally the most basic form of dignity that we can provide for a person, because it's a basic bare minimum. Can we still have social mobility and investments to make people have better lives and to allow people to...
Can I respond to that, Parker?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, can you please repeat the beginning if you don't mind? I asked you to let me respond before you rambled off, Parker. You refused to let me. It's okay. I remember, Parker. At the very beginning of that sentence, you said a person who is applying for disability. It sounds like, Parker, that's not an able-bodied worker. Now, if you're asking me, do I think there should be avenues to where those people who are in that gray area should have an avenue to get? Yes, Parker, I do. But that's still a disabled person, Parker, and not an able-bodied working person, which is why I was trying to stop you before you rambled, because it was pointless. But respond, please.
Yeah, the point is that this policy still impacts people who are disabled. Is the point I was making, and you just didn't realize it. That's the point I was making.
No. That wasn't your point. I was letting you know.
It's so fun having to repeat myself over and over again. I just really love doing this. It's so great. Like, it's just like when people don't listen to my basic sentences.
Arguing and keep the debate, Parker. Not because just because you're getting a little frustrated that it's starting to lean my way. That's what Dean did. But like I said, if you would like to respond to that, Parker, I guess you would be responding to the first thing that I said, because like I said, you said a disabled person, and we're talking about able-bodied people. So like I said, one of the reasons why I'm more Republican leaning these days is because those stipulations that are coming for the food assistance. Yes, I understand some people will be unfortunately impacted. I'm praying that they can find avenues to maneuver through to where they'll be okay if they fall under those criteria. But with them minimizing minimizing things like food assistance, they're on the right path of taking those crutches away from the urban community. So we understand that we have to go out here and be productive members of society. Things are not just going to be given to us and we can just go out here and pillage and think that everything's going to be okay. No, we have to work. We have to contribute, and not just basic needs. No, our children deserve more. Our children deserve more than Section 8, than the projects, than these rappers pretend lies that they keep pushing on us. Our kids deserve more. And those reasons is why I can never vote for Kamala. She's pushing against everything that I just said. You know, she's using from the food assistance thing, you know, the Dems, from when the Dems held food assistance back from America during the shutdown and then blamed it on Trump. That was horrible. You know what I mean? And then you guys sit here and argue food assistance, but during the government shutdown, if you guys would have just compromised, not for you guys, for the American people, then food assistance first. And I have 5 kids. I was affected by that. Period. I was affected by that. Regardless of the fact, they blamed it on Trump, even though it was because they wouldn't move from their position. And, you know, now for a Democrat to be sitting here arguing with me over food assistance is kind of, you know, ironic.
Okay, so Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said
No. I'm not on food assistance chat, but the mother of my kids is, yes, 5 kids. We're not currently together. You know how that shit goes. Unfortunately, it's probably due to the Migos. That was a joke, Parker. Don't run off with that. That was a joke, Parker. I can't
just let
joke.
me speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said that the shutdown specifically was because the fact that Donald Trump was trying to prevent a vote on the Epstein files, and not specifically on not like the fact that the Democrats and Republicans couldn't come together and actually get a vote done regardless of that.
So you're sure
that's
it
actually one
wasn't
thing. Can I please address all of these points? Plus, I think that Democratic policy allows for more social mobility. These policies being in place does inevitably lead to less people being in poverty and more people having social mobility in the future. It is something that people should be able to rely upon if they can't provide it for themselves, because everyone, because of the fact that they're a person, deserves this, right? So I think that should be given to everyone in our society, regardless. And then we can also build on top of that. There's not a lack of social mobility because we establish a baseline for everyone. And then if any program specifically limits you from making more money, right, and still being able to have lower rent, well, then I think that we should obviously impose a policy where it's going to be the same, you're going to keep that reduced cost, right, even though you are going to make more money, so that you have the incentive to make more money. There are plenty of thresholds that we can put in place to be able to do that in the very first place. I see no issue with us being able to do that.
Being able to do and currently doing is 2 different things. But you literally listed like 10 things, and now I have to pick, I guess, which one to respond to.
Did you not list multiple things? And I was responding to the things that you brought up.
1 second. No, you cut me off. You put your hand up. You make me stop talking and force me to respond to whatever you want to respond to at that time. But it's completely fine. I understand the leverage in this conversation. Completely fine with me. Regardless, like I said, as far as the government shutdown, you're sure it wasn't because the Democrats was trying to fight to get more money to house undocumented immigrants? You sure that's not?
No, that was not happening at all.
100%.
Nope. Democrats never fought for housing for undocumented immigrants on a federal standpoint. And also the shutdown was specifically because Marjorie Taylor Greene indicated that it was because Trump didn't want the vote on the Epstein files.
I'm not Dean. Parker. I didn't mean to say housing, Parker, but I mean was was trying to get funding for their well-being. We're trying to get a surplus of money to cover the undocumented immigrants at the time. I'm pretty sure that was one of the big points that they were arguing during the shutdown.
Nope.
But that's also one of the reasons why I guess if you want to debate something else, that's one of the major reasons why I support the Republicans as well.
Then you're more about the source.
Huh?
You said, wait, sorry, you were going to say something on top of that. I thought you were saying because of the prior
no,
statement.
no. I was not saying because of that. I was saying it was because the Republicans seem more interested, not considered in the Iran war, are more interested in the well-being of the American people than the Dems are. The Dems like to focus a lot on undocumented people who aren't even U.S. citizens, bringing more people in. When I walk out my door and see a plethora of evil, brokenness, yet these people are more worried about getting people who aren't here, lives started here, and not building on the people's lives who are affected by everything every day in America. One of the big things, I couldn't believe how hard they were going for the undocumented when there's so much things that go wrong with America. Due to the fact that the Dems have so much to say about ICE, when there's so much killing of black minorities every single year, so much beating and brutality, and for some reason the Dems want to focus on ICE as if they're not just another policing agency, make it like it's okay to interfere.
You think
with
Trump's
police?
helping with that? You think Trump is literally getting rid of responsibility for police officers and for those federal agents? He's literally removing accountability, whereas Democrats are advocating for more accountability, the advocation that you probably would agree with when it comes to police, which would then you would also want to carry over in terms of
Are you saying that I would agree with that because I'm black, Parker?
No, it's because of the argument that you were making. What the fuck are you saying?
What argument would lead you to believe that, Parker? Please tell me.
You're making an argument that people are disenfranchised by the policing system, so you would obviously advocate to reform that system, correct?
I said that people were what by the police? Police
are getting disenfranchised by the policing system. That the policing system is inevitably disenfranchising black people in this country. That's the argument you just made.
No. I said minorities in general. In no way am I saying in any way that, first of all, my father, Alton Brumfield, is a cop for 33 years of Gary Police Department in Indiana. I have a strong respect for the police. So don't ever get that twisted. And guess what, Parker?
You don't want to reform?
Gang member. You hear me, Parker? I'm a gang member. Don't tell my friends.
Do you want to reform the system?
Yes. In the Dems' eyes and with the Dem views, no.
Okay, what reforms would you want to do?
What I would like, let's say in a perfect world, Parker, in a perfect world, every single police officer would go through an intense screening, an aggression screening, a yada 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 screening, any emotional screenings, and if any officer fails those type of screening, which would depreciate his, hopefully some AI program or something can depreciate if a person is an aggressive person, if a person is this, if a person is that, and only those people should be on the police force. We shouldn't have over-aggressive officers, you know what I mean? But at the same time, we shouldn't have, regardless of what's going on in a situation with a police officer, we shouldn't have the public intervening in any way, shape, or form. I feel like anyone who thinks they got the nuts enough to put themselves in the middle of a gun in a police situation, point blank, the law is the law. If that person or that police officer is doing wrong, the laws in the eyes of the court should do its work. Point blank, period. It is not the job of any U.S. citizen to jump in the middle and put your life at danger, and not only your life, but the people around you. Because a person can get shot that wasn't you, or who the gun was not pointed at. The bullets don't have eyes. So no one should be engaged in any way, shape, or form. And I feel like the Dems are completely and totally wrong for calling out for making the spectacle of ICE as they have, period. And that's one of the strong reasons. And because it was done under Kamala, I'll never, ever should I vote for her.
Okay, Kamala. So in terms of this, there's a few things I want to address. So it did seem like that was the argument you were making. You did advocate for some reforms, so I wasn't incorrect in assigning that analysis because I was just going over the argument you were making. And the fact that you tried to portray it like I was making that argument, I think is incredibly fucking dishonest, right? And incredibly fucking rude, to be honest with you, because in this conversation, I've been incredibly fucking nice to you. And for you to try to portray...
First of all, I asked you a question.
You tried to portray that I thought that because you were black.
Let me finish my statement. Did I call you a liar? I did not speak on it at all. I said, fine. I didn't agree, but I didn't dispute what you said at all. I asked you a serious, that was an honest question. Period. I could see how you could see that from what I was saying, but then I let you know, yo, my father is a cop. I'm just letting you know I do support the police. I didn't say like, hey, you actually were saying that. I asked you a genuine question. So don't act like it was anything other than a genuine question.
Okay, I think it was dishonest. Okay, and
I
that's what I'm
promise
saying.
you, on my kids, it wasn't, Parker. You called me off guard, and I asked you honestly. Period. Okay. On my children's life, all 5 of them, Parker.
Okay, well, I think you should watch that later because I think that the way that you framed the argument was clearly trying to act like I was in the wrong for doing what I was doing.
You said it, and I responded instantly. Are you saying that because I'm black? Instantly, I responded, Parker. Instantly. Yeah, instantly. I got caught off guard. I thought you were literally saying that because you the way you looked at the screen, but I'm pretty sure you were looking at your text. But I thought you looked at me a certain type of way. But you understand what I'm saying? But you kind of were like, I'm pretty sure you would agree with that. And I was like, yo, huh? You know what I mean? It was honest and genuine, Parker. It was honest and genuine.
Okay. Alrighty. Whatever. Now your whole argument, you're trying to make that we're focusing on documented immigrants, not focusing on the average person. I'm going to show you how that's just complete gibberish. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump has advocated for that helps the average person more than it helps the rich?
I said that the Dems are worried more about minorities. Not currently, it's not so much of a deal, but about 6 months ago, the past year, the Dems were more worried about minorities and undocumented than U.S. citizens. I didn't say that Trump's more worried about this than no. I said the Dems. Period. So you're asking me a question that I never said about something I never said. I didn't say Donald Trump anything. I said the Dems focus more on illegals and have been than their own American people. The urban communities are failing in America horribly. Look at Chicago, look at Atlanta, look at Houston, look at Memphis. How are we worried about undocumented immigrants? How are we letting more people in to be exposed to maybe be exposed to this type of stuff when we haven't even cleaned ourselves up yet? That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has something to do with how the Democrats portrayed themselves. More interested in getting undocumented here and saving the ones that are already here than the American people at the time. And America should always be first. It shouldn't be a time that they get in front of that stand and don't say anything about the American people before some undocumented, not one press conference.
So you still didn't even answer the question. So it's just ridiculous how much I talk to people and they don't listen to anything I'm saying. They don't answer basic questions. Like I'm asking a very direct question and it just will never be answered. Okay? Like why does this happen all day? It happens all day. Just ask questions and I have to repeat them like 6 times in order to be able to get an answer. And it's like so annoying to have to continue to go through that over and over again.
You asked me something
I'm going to
about
ask
Trump
you the question one more time. Can you answer? Name a single policy that Donald Trump has influenced to get passed that has benefited the average American more than it's benefited the rich.
I've never, you're giving me a random point now. You're rephrasing your question, one, but the point still stands. That had nothing to do with what we were currently talking about. I said a reference about something about Kamala Harris caring more about undocumented people than America, and you're now asking me, name something that Trump has done. We're not talking about Trump. That wasn't the conversation.
So he's just not going to answer. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing that is because you make an analysis in politics of Democrats, Republicans, you see who's the better candidate. You're saying you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. You'd rather vote for Donald Trump because you think that Donald Trump is focusing more on the average person than undocumented immigrants. And you think Kamala Harris is more focusing on undocumented
I did not
immigrants.
say that. You keep saying that phrase, Dean, and I have yet to say that. That's what your last question was based off of, and I have yet to say that.
Why do you keep calling me Dean? Is that purposeful? Is it purposeful for you to keep calling me Dean?
No, it's not at all. I told you the last debate I had was with Dean.
Okay, so
Respect by it at all, Parker. I apologize. Period. But regarding the Kamala Harris and Donald Trump thing, there is no point where I said anything about Donald Trump caring more or not caring more. I said the fact about the Democrats, Kamala Harris in general, and her stance with the undocuments. I said nothing about Trump. I didn't say I didn't say made a point to say Trump cares more about this than that. I didn't say that. Not that I said that, not that I'm saying that he don't. I'm just saying that that's not the words that are coming out of my mouth. Why are you asking that question? Why aren't you disputing the fact that Kamala Harris for the past year has focused more about the stance in the situation of undocumented more than she has focused on the stance?
How?
And that's what I'm confused on, why we keep going back to Trump, and you just tell me I'm not answering your question.
How?
When I go ahead.
How is she focused more on undocumented immigrants?
Come on, man. Come on, man. The ICE ranch, you know what I mean? The Dems as a whole, but the ICE ranch, man, trying to get billions and billions, millions and millions funneled to of taxpayer money towards the undocumented, the whole nine, man.
No, what policy?
You know, fighting
what
with
policy?
the Republicans.
What policy for undocumented immigrants?
I'm confused on what you're asking.
Yeah, what policy did she advocate for that gives money to undocumented immigrants?
You lag, brother. You lag.
Yeah, what policy?
You lag. As soon as you pulled the book up, you lag.
What policy did she advocate for that gave money to undocumented immigrants?
I'm not sure on the policy, but I didn't say anything about a policy. I said funding. The Dems in general.
What funding are Democrats in general advocating for to give money to undocumented immigrants?
What the whatever happened in New York when there was a bunch of undocumented getting kicked out of the hotels were getting paid for it, you know what I mean? That whole thing, you know, the hundreds of other things. What do you mean?
So those hotels are statewide policies. And that's for asylum seekers.
On a consistent basis.
Can you listen to what I say without cutting me off once? Like just once.
That was not me at all. That was not me at all. You keep lagging and I keep coming back in.
I'm not lagging at all.
But go ahead, partner.
I was just speaking and then you just cut me off. Okay. So the hotels were asylum seekers, legal immigrants, not undocumented immigrants. Okay. That's statewide policy in New York, not federal policy. So you can't blame Kamala Harris for something that's in the state, and it's also for legal asylum seekers claiming that she's focusing more on undocumented immigrants than people who are in the country as citizens. That is a dishonest argument.
When we watched the Democratic Party for the last 18 months advocate on a consistent basis for the well-being of the undocumented immigrants. And I would say that they've been focused more on the state of undocumented immigrants than the current state of the urban community. And the urban community is at a way more deficit than a bunch of people who are getting kicked out because they're not supposed to technically be here, technically, again, according to the law. Unfortunately, like I said, there's hundreds and hundreds of people dying in these streets. Why aren't we implementing martial law in Chicago? Why aren't we? Unfortunately, brother, I know about 15 to 20 people I can call right now. All of them have boxes on the back of their Glocks, brother. You're telling me with your head, but I know, like I told you, 5 to 10 people that have died in the last 8 months over gun violence, but you're smacking your forehead when I tell you that martial law needs to be brought in. These are things that you could never understand, Parker. You just couldn't.
Okay. Trump doesn't have the legal right to apply martial law right now. He just doesn't have the capacity to do that. And I'm sorry to hear that happen.
I wish he did, though. I wish he did.
Let me know when I can speak without interruption. I don't understand. I literally let you speak without interruption, and then you just constantly interrupt me. Can I please?
I spoke on the fact that you were, every time at the beginning of this conversation, I would respond to something, you would put your hand up and cut me off, Parker. But go ahead, of course.
I did that one time.
No, you did not, Parker. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, again, you're making the argument that we're focusing more on undocumented immigrants than average people within this country, right? You have no argument or even policy that we're advocating for that benefits undocumented immigrants. I've yet to hear the argument that the Democrats have advocated for.
You're asking me the abolishment of ICE. There you go, brother.
Okay, the abolition of ICE doesn't mean you're not doing border enforcement. You can have border
No,
enforcement
no, no, no,
structure
no,
in
no,
the
no.
rest
You
of
asked me
the.
a question. I asked and answered, brother.
That's
one
not
of
an
the
answer to my
policies.
question. That's not helping undocumented immigrants.
Huh? Abolishing ICE isn't helping undocumented immigrants. On that note, Parker, I gotta go.
Wow,
Have a nice
they're just
day.
gonna run away instead of just actually engaging in a discussion with me? Like, wow, that's ridiculous. These people, dude. Like, just the Trump supporters are so insane. Like, I feel like it's every Trump supporter I've been talking to today. The people today have been crazy. Candace, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's been ridiculous. Marcus, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been a good point to bring up as well. Yeah, dude, it's so ridiculous. Quote unquote, thank you so much for the $7 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's a crazy, crazy quote. As well as Danielle, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Danielle. Elaine, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Elaine in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, he was just straight up listening to respond, not actually like listening to engage in a conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, so a
If
couple
the
things
election were
before
held
we
today,
start.
Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I want to say Trump, but I want to throw a couple things out before I start
Okay.
the debate. Is that okay?
All right. Let me think some
Okay.
people real quick, and then we can go into it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, give me one quick second. If you want to support me, as always, over in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody. Let me check real quick. Let me catch up over on YouTube Super Chat. Give me one quick second. A girl has no name. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I people are, but I just tell people not to, so we have a chance to fight against it. As well as T, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ash, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Trevor as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Trevor in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. JB, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, JB. It is really important to do that. Totally agree. Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you for the $5 and for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Let Me, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Dila, thank you for the $5. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Ash, thank you for the $5. Erotica with the $5. Thank you very much. As well as Taffy, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Do you like the stream? Absolutely. As well as Fee, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. So I want to throw a couple things out before we start. Is that all right? First thing I want to ask, is it cool if I clip this just for my own page? I'm not gonna say anything crazy. I just for my own page. Is that cool?
Of course you can. I mean, I stream these to YouTube. They're all you can find it there as well. It might be easier to do that for.
Okay, so thank you.
streaming.
And then I just want to keep it respectful. Like you say point, I say point. Is that cool if we just keep it like a nice respectful?
Yeah, sure. Why do you support Trump?
So yeah, so actually I want to go straight into an abortion topic. Is that okay to talk about on TikTok? I don't know.
Yeah, as long as that's the reason why you support Trump.
Yeah, so I want to ask with abortion, can I say the R word? Is that no?
Rape?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So with rape cases, I know that's kind of your big argument on that. Yeah, is like if someone gets raped, they shouldn't have to hold that child, correct?
Well, that is one of my arguments. Yeah, that's an exception.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So, and you support abortion overall?
Yeah, I think that there should be legal access to abortion, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to say, so I know a girl, she's a rape baby. Her father raped her mother, but
there's a lot of wind. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was gonna say something ahead of time. So, her mother's father raped her mother, and then, and now she is a Yale graduate. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so like it's kind of things like that, Parker, where like I can't support it just because like I've seen it time and time again where they are so successful, and I just like how is that not murder? Like, can I just get like your side of things there?
Because there's no obligation to maintain a pregnancy after you've been assaulted, right? Like you didn't cause a pregnancy, right? You didn't engage in action that would lead to a pregnancy or even could lead to a pregnancy. Therefore, you would have no obligation to maintain it.
But
Also, it's not like before sentience. I don't care, right? It's like you have to understand that like there could have potentially been right people that didn't exist because we chose to use contraceptives or because we chose to use to do things that obviously are going to prevent pregnancy that are outside of the context of an abortion. There are countless things that will prevent a future person from existing that we don't think are wrong.
Okay, I'm a Christian. I don't know if you are, but just bear with me. As a Christian, I believe that everyone was here for a reason, regardless if it's a rape baby, if it's just somebody.
Don't use that term. I don't
I'm
think
sorry.
that
I'm sorry.
term
I'm
is
sorry.
okay. Honestly,
yeah, I'm sorry. My fault. I'm sorry, but yeah, just like either if it was rape that caused it, whatever. It's like they were here for a purpose, right? And I just like if you watch abortion videos, Parker, you'll see it every time. The baby is squirming. They're trying to get away from it. Like that is a human in my eyes, and it doesn't matter like how the okay. I don't want to say that but like I just so there's not a part of you that thinks that is alive.
I am lagging real quick. Do give me a quick second. Is everyone fine real quick? I think it should be back. Yeah, it just looked like it was a random issue. We're back, everyone. Okay. Seems like we're fine now. Sorry, I apologize for that, everyone. I don't know why that happened with TikTok because it seemed fine on my end. Like we didn't lag at all, but it lagged a little bit, like just temporarily for both TikTok and YouTube.
Am I okay?
Yeah, go ahead, go.
Okay, cool. So there was another point I wanted to bring up. I think I asked this already. I'm sorry. I'm like tweaking because I'm like kind of a fan.
Wait, let me clarify. Can I ask you before we move on? Do you think a 10-year-old who has been assaulted should be forced to go through a pregnancy?
No, well, I don't think so if it's going to harm the 10-year-old, which 9 times out of 10 it will.
Okay, so in the 1 out of 10 scenarios where you think it doesn't harm them, do you think they should be forced?
I don't think they should be forced to keep the child ever. That's not my business.
And that's because they didn't cause the pregnancy, right?
Yeah, but I cannot sit here.
So you can say the same thing for any rape victim.
Yeah, but like, it's just like a grown woman. She got raped, and that's the most upsetting, disturbing thing that I can ever even come to terms with. But the thing is like that child is still they have a purpose. That child is for something. They're meant for something. Does that make sense? Like, again, this is religiously. I don't know if you're religious or not, but everyone has a purpose. That's
Nothing about you being Christian means you have to hold this view. You can be Christian and hold my exact view on abortion.
I believe that no matter what, Parker, no matter what, okay, if someone got impregnated, whether the circumstances are willingly, against consent, whatever, that baby is meant to be born and meant to do something, no matter what.
I don't think that people have obligations to maintain pregnancies. I just don't see the reason. So and I think I see that you view it as a person. I don't think you actually do. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Repeat that one more time, please.
Yeah, do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, I don't necessarily think it's murder because they're brain dead.
Yeah, but they're still cellularly speaking alive. So why is abortion wrong prior to brain life?
Because with brain dead, right? Actually had a friend who was murdered, brain dead. They pulled the plug. He can't go and he can't live his life after that. Majority of the time, 9 times out of 10, they cannot go and live their life. The baby in the womb,
they'll never come back. The point that I'm making is that they're still cellularly speaking alive. The value is not based in cellular life. The value is based on their subjective experience, and the fact that their subjective experience will never come back. So before a subjective experience ever existing in the first place, why is it wrong to get an abortion?
It's wrong because they've never had a chance at life, Parker. That's alive. They're human. When you're brain dead, you've lived your life. You can't recover from that. They're done.
I understand, but the same thing could be said. You're just saying it's potential alone. Okay, well, potential alone exists in the context when 2 people are having sex. Is it wrong if they stop?
Is it wrong if they stop having sex?
Yeah, and don't finish.
Yeah. I mean,
okay, but then there was a future kid that could have existed there.
Well, there's a difference between having sex, Parker, and going for a child. And not only that, there's a
Wait, no, but do you
there's a
realize
point
that there's
where
active potential there? But just because there's active potential does not mean that we are obligated to continue. That would be insane, right?
I got you. Yeah, I got you. All right. Well, I mean, point case, if again, it's a sucky situation, but rape, it happens, and the child it was formed, it's being developed as we speak. Abortion, like, I just, I don't get that. It's very alive, Parker. Because you're gonna know more about this than I do. When do most abortions take place, like time wise?
Most abortions happen within the first trimester.
And okay, so at that point, do they or do they not?
Most
again,
are
don't
through
know.
the context of the abortion pill.
Okay, and do they have a heartbeat at that point, or like I don't know much about
No.
like the inside of this. Okay, all right. Well, they don't have the heartbeat, so I can't use that as an argument.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider heartbeat. Some people think that heartbeat begins really early, but it's not really a heartbeat until around like 11, 12 weeks.
Well, I'm just going to take the facts that you're telling me because you, again, know more of the subject. But if there's no heartbeat, then whatever. Either way,
But, like, who cares about a
heart?
heartbeat does not determine life. Life begins at conception, but life, cellular life is not what's valuable. It's sentient life, in which is what's valuable.
Okay. I'm just going to say the only times I can support abortion is literally, like you said earlier, if it's like a 10-year-old and she genuinely can't have the child or she'll die, that's when abortion's okay. Or if it's going to kill the mother, that's okay. Other than that,
but like I just don't know how you distinct the difference between the 10-year-old, right, and the adult. That means that in one scenario, a grave victim should be able to get access to an abortion, but not the other.
The adult is going to survive the abortion.
Okay, but like, if the kid is going to survive the pregnancy, do you think that they should be forced to go through it?
No one should be forced to do anything. God gave us.
Okay, so then there should be no legal mandate for people to go through the context of a pregnancy.
Yeah, but there should be no like.
Oh, so you're pro-choice. This
shouldn't even be a topic.
So you're pro-choice.
I'm sorry.
You're pro-choice then, because if you don't think it should be illegal for people to get access to an abortion, then you're pro-choice. You can think it's wrong all you want. No one cares about that.
Well, I mean, it's morally, it's just wrong, Parker. It's
okay,
wrong.
Think what you want, but do you think it should be illegal?
I think that. All right, no, I don't think it should be illegal.
Okay, you're pro-choice, bro. Why do you support Trump?
No, listen. I only support Trump because I don't agree with abortions at all. I think Trump is a pedophile.
Wait, but that makes no sense. He's restricting choice. He's leaving it up to the states, which allows for those states to restrict people's access to abortion when prior it was protected federally. If you support legal access to abortion, well, then you're pro-choice and you actually agree more with Kamala Harris's position. You don't have to think you have to think it's morally good in order to argue for it to be legal.
Well, if it's a case of if it's completely up to if it's up to an adult woman to choose if she wants just to get an abortion or not, just for the hell of it, then yeah, it should be illegal for an adult woman just to get.
Okay, now you think it should be illegal, but you just said people should be forced to go through pregnancies. Now you're saying people should be forced to go through pregnancies.
Well, if it's an adult woman, there's no reason not to. Like, most of the time they fuck around and find out. And,
wait, dude, if my girlfriend got pregnant, if she wanted an abortion, I would pay for it. Do you think I should go to jail in that circumstance?
I mean, if it's illegal at the time, I don't know where you're at.
Wait, I don't think it matters whether or not it's illegal at the time for your view. If you think it's actually murder, or it doesn't matter regardless of whether or not it's illegal at the time. That argument is the same arguments the Nazis used in the Nuremberg trials.
Okay, well, so your question was, do I think you should go to jail
if I pay for my girlfriend's abortion, right? Do you think I should go to jail too? By the way, your microphone is so loud.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm on a walk. No, I think the doctor should be the one who goes to jail.
Why not the person who hired them?
I mean, if you want to go to jail,
hire a hitman to kill someone, I shouldn't go to jail.
Yeah, all right. That's fair. Yeah, okay, then yeah, I'll stand with it. Yeah, I think that you should go to jail too.
Oh, you think I should go to jail for just paying for my girlfriend's abortion?
I mean, not necessarily, Parker. You in a crazy
I don't think this is
comparison.
that. I don't think this is
It
a
makes
crazy
me
hypothetical. Like actually, like seriously, like this is something that could totally happen.
no, Parker. I think that the abortion doctor 1,000 times over should go to jail because they just murdered a baby.
Okay, but I
Period.
paid for it.
Okay.
If you actually thought it was murder, you would send me to prison too. But you don't actually. You're not comfortable sending me to prison in that scenario because you don't think it's murder.
1,000% is murder, Parker.
No, it's not. You know it's not. And the reason why you don't think it's murder is because you don't think I should go to jail in that circumstance. Because
No, I
otherwise you
believe
would.
that the murderer should go to jail.
Yeah, but
I
like,
think that
okay,
the
so if I
masses
hire
have-
a hitman to murder someone, should I go to jail?
Yes, because you know the intent and you know the damage that you're doing to that person. The media and the world has just normalized abortion as a normal thing. You honestly believe that abortion is fine. You don't see it as murder like majority of people. So no, I don't think you should go to jail because you're being told that it's okay.
Okay, so do you think?
But at the end of
do you
the
think
day,
German citizens that murdered Jewish citizens in Nazi Germany, or because they were normalized to believe that it's okay to do that to Jewish people, do you think that they should have been held accountable for that?
No. That yes, 1,000%.
Even though they were normalized into a society that taught them that it's okay to do this, and they did it, that doesn't justify it or make it legal or mean that they shouldn't have punishment, right?
Okay, well, if Americans went over there and we started arresting people, I would be down for that. Americans are telling Americans this is okay. That's not okay.
I'm confused what you mean. What?
Like, if Americans, because me and you are American, you say that, is it like, should those people get arrested? If we went over there and arrested the fucking German people who were killing Jews, yes, we should arrest them. They should go to jail. They should be done.
They should be held accountable, even
we
though there
are
weren't
in
laws at the
America.
time to restrict it, and even though they grew up in a society that taught them that it was okay to do that.
Yes, but Parker, we like if the Germans came over and wanted to arrest us for abortion or for everyone who's getting abortion, fucking go for it, dude. Like every time, 9 times out of 10, 100 times out of 10, go for it. Arrest us, arrest whoever got abortion. 1,000%, because us as Americans, we have literally normalized that, and that's the issue. Is we're normalizing all these things.
So
that
you want
should
to
not
arrest
be
anyone who's got an abortion?
Do I want to arrest everyone that's abortion? No, again, because it's as sad as it is, they're literally being told it's okay.
Okay, I have a question. You won't support Kamala Harris because she allows for abortion access, but you'll support Trump even though he has committed an unforgivable sin.
Which are you referring to?
Blasphemy. He represented himself as God.
Yeah, honestly, Parker, if I'm being honest, I don't support Trump. I don't support Kamala. I'm Team Jesus every day. I just wanted to get your point on abortion.
Okay,
I don't believe in
so
politics.
you don't agree with either side?
No, I don't. I think politics is such a setup to American society and humans in general. Now,
well, politics is how we conduct things in our society. If you want to tell yourself that to not support Trump, I'm okay with that. But like, just genuinely going to be honest with you, right? Like, we're advocating things to benefit people. If you want to reduce abortions, the best way to reduce abortions is not to restrict people from getting access to abortion, but rather to provide like a legal access to contraceptives, sex education, and expand access to those basic amenities to reduce the likelihood that people would need that in the first place. Plus, expand access to childcare, expand universal access to healthcare, make it more financially affordable to be able to have children. Right? Those things will actually increase the likelihood that people are going to not have abortions, and there's going to be less abortions rather than banning it, right, through the context of just leaving it up to the states. That inevitably doesn't address the root cause for why people need the abortions in the first place.
But Parker, wouldn't it be more, I don't know where your morals lie, but wouldn't it be just more morally correct and more honestly just logical to have the child and then either put it through a foster system or put them like
but
things like that?
You shouldn't be forced to do that.
But it's murder, Parker. At the end of the day, it's murder.
I don't think it's murder because they're not sentient. They don't have a subjective experience. It's prior to that point. If you get an abortion, they will never have an experience ever. At any point in time.
They deserve that experience? Like we're taking that away.
To experience in the future? No. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it would have been wrong if my parents chose not to date because it would have led to me not existing. That's their choice. Like, you understand that, right? Like, that would have just been a different reality where I didn't
Sure.
exist. But it wasn't wrong if they chose not to date. But I wouldn't
Yeah,
be
but
there. The future person Parker wouldn't be there. And Parker was able to do so many great things, right? We like that Parker has been able to be here. Like, I mean, that
and you
doesn't
have
mean
done
that my
great things.
parents would have been wrong in not dating.
No, but they did, and then it happened, right?
Yeah, but
That's
that
where
doesn't
me
mean it
and
would
you
have been
differ.
wrong if they chose not to
Okay,
date,
Parker,
even
Parker,
though
Parker.
us knowing in retrospect that if they chose to do that, right, it would have led to me not existing.
Okay, but Parker, that's where we're differing right now. Is you're saying, well, it would have been wrong, or it's not wrong for my parents not to date, or whatever. That's not the point. The point I'm making is that they did, and it happened. I would have been against your parents getting an abortion when they had you as a baby because that's wrong. Now, if they never
If
dated,
my mom wanted
that's
to get one, I would have been okay with that because I wouldn't have
that,
been able to exist.
that's your
That
opinion.
would have
That's
been
fine.
totally
I
okay.
mean, and again, I'm not going to
The
argue
same way that if my
opinions.
parents chose to not have another kid, I would have been okay with that because I wouldn't
Okay,
exist. That's their choice.
but Parker, the bottom line is that they did choose that. They did do it,
Okay.
right? And
And
that's why if
yeah,
they had an
wait.
abortion,
They did choose that. Yes.
and that's why if they would have had an abortion, that's where I feel like it would be wrong because they went through, they had sex, they knew the chance of getting pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't like
they
to
were
use
planning to have another kid.
okay, and like you want to give me a backstory on why that's valid or
Well, my parents already had prior kids and were planning to have another one. They wanted to have another kid. They wanted a boy after having a few girls.
okay?
So, like, you understand that, like, I'm just giving you that's still their choice. They chose to have kids at that particular point, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you
for example, if
like
my mom got pregnant when she was younger, right,
yeah,
and
yeah.
she didn't have the capacity to get an abortion if she wanted to. I don't think my mom ever did get an abortion, but I'm just giving an example. Well, then I wouldn't have existed because my mom wouldn't have been able to have the or build a relationship with my father or to be able to have a relationship later on because she would have been taking care of a kid and it would have sent her on a different path in life, right? So she would have been able to have less kids in that scenario because she would have not had as much money to be able to afford things and take care of her kids, right? In order to be able to plan when she wanted to have kids, right? Right, to be able to have more children. Because when we can plan when we have kids, we can plan our parenthood, we can set up more strong families, more stable families, and we can ensure that they're treated better off.
I mean, you're
Like, I
not
can
wrong
have
with
kids when I'm ready, rather than having
yes,
kids when I'm not ready.
but like Parker, we're like, come on, we know the consequences of having sex. We know that there's always that chance. You play those games, you're gonna find out. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like at least a little bit.
So,
Like,
my goal was
so,
not to have pregnancy every single time I've had sex.
but you knew that there's always that chance.
Okay,
So now
so
this kid, this child, this baby doesn't get to experience his life that he could have had because you went and you messed around. Like,
I mean, bro, they're not a person yet. Like, I just don't know how to explain it, man. I don't really care. Like, do you care about a zygote? A single cell organism at conception? Do you really give a shit? If I had a zygote in front of me and I slapped that shit, killed that, would you really care?
I mean, yeah, I yes.
You would,
If it's
really?
going
You'd
to be
care that I
if it's
slapped a
if
single
it's
cell
going to be
organism?
if it's going to be a child, then yes.
Would you actually be devastated? The same way that you'd be devastated if I fucking literally murdered an infant in front of you? No, you wouldn't. Huge
Okay, yeah.
distinction. I think we all view zygotes differently than we view infants. Like, for example, if you're in a burning building, you could either save 1,000 zygotes or one newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
I'm sorry, one more time. Oh, 1,000 zygotes, one baby.
Yeah, which would you rather save?
I would save the child, the baby.
Of course, every time. If it was 1,000,000 zygotes or one newborn baby, which would you rather save? Still the newborn baby. Because we don't
Okay,
give a
but
shit about zygotes. Human cellular life is not the basis of value. Even though it could have been 1,000,000 different people's lives.
but
We
Parker,
don't care
why
about
does
just
this
the
cell have to
potential
die?
alone.
Why does any of them have to die? Am I
Well, that's
am I
the
kind of making
hypothetical
sense?
scenario. That it's burning, and you can either save the 1,000,000 zygotes or the one newborn
Yes,
baby.
yes, 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 and that's valid. I would save the actual like breathing living child because he's already there. You know what I'm saying? With a
They have an
type
experience
of
that they
mortality.
would that we want to continue, right? But
Yes.
for the zygotes, they've never had that and will never have it anyway.
Yeah, but with abortion and just like mothers, right? That's a bit different than the example you're giving, right? They get to choose whether that's what I believe in or not. That's just how the real world works. They get to choose if they want the abortion or not. They don't have to kill anyone. Nobody has to die. The zygote doesn't have to die. The baby doesn't have to die. Nobody has to die. Why?
I just want to let you know, when you
Wait.
force people to go through pregnancies, maternal mortality increases.
Well, that's what I was saying as soon as
So
we started. Parker.
people who are pregnant do die to a greater extent because of the policies you're advocating for. Would you rather that those pregnant individuals die to a greater extent, or would you rather the zygotes or the embryos, the non-sentient embryos, die?
Parker,
Like,
that's what I started my argument with. That's the one time I am okay with it. If the mother's going to die,
I know, but like, you have to understand that as a general basis, that if you decrease access to abortion, it will lead to an increase in the maternal mortality rate. So more pregnant individuals will die as a percentage of those that are pregnant.
I'm sorry, banning abortion, like with Trump, again, I don't know too much about like Trump because he's weird, but with Trump banning abortion, right, it's still eligible
Leaving it up
for
to the
like
states.
medical.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, whatever. It's still like you're still well. Let's just say it becomes completely illegal, right? Donald Trump gets back on his fucking high horse and he makes it completely illegal, right? It would still be open to the mothers who are going to die if they have the child, correct?
It'd still be open to the mothers that are. Wait, say that again.
Like if let's just like hypothetically we like it's banned completely, right? No abortions. You would still have that opportunity for the mothers who are going to die. That's not like, you know what I'm saying? They would still be able to get their abortions. That's literally the whole point. If the mother's gonna die, let them have the abortion.
Okay.
If
You have to understand though that like people, if you do restrict access to abortion, it will lead to more circumstances where people do die during pregnancy.
Yeah.
That's just the point that I'm making. So if you're
That's
saying
fine.
even they should get access to it even in those circumstances, even though the ban is in place, it will still increase the maternal mortality rate even if you allow for that.
Yeah. And I'm
the
up
point
here.
that I'm making is that you have to think of it from a policy standpoint. Are you okay with maternal mortality rising just to be able to decrease the amount of abortions, right? And by the way, I mean, you're not even really decreasing abortions this way. The better ways to decrease abortions would be able to expand access to contraceptives, right? Expand access to childcare, healthcare, housing affordability, the conditions to maintain families, and then also by expanding sex education, comprehensive sex ed. Those are the ways to actually mitigate, right, abortions from happening in the first place from an actual policy perspective, which actually, historically speaking, have led to a reduction in the amount of abortions. There used to be over 1 million abortions per year. Now I think it's in 600,000 or something.
I would. You would know more about the numbers.
But abortions have declined since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, like since the 70s, because of increased access to contraceptives, sex ed, things like that. So those things reduce abortions. If you want to reduce abortions, don't do it through the most restrictive means. Do it through the least restrictive means. Kaz, think of the galaxy.
I'm up here to learn, and I'm glad you're pulling up numbers and stuff. I respect you, man. I think where we're going to differ and where we're going to stay differed, right, is I still see it as murder. I still, you know what I'm saying? You don't see it as murder. I see it as murder.
I don't see why you see it as murder, though. Like, let's say you see it that way. How do you feel about the fact that Trump has imposed cuts to U.S. aid that are going to lead to 14 million?
I absolutely hate Trump. I don't support much. I just wanted to get my abortion.
Oh, I forgot about that. I don't. But like, at least as it. Wait, I want to make a comparison because you're going to vote for one side or the other, right? Or if you don't vote for one side or the other, inevitably one person is going to get in office either way. So why not vote for the candidate that leads to the less death overall? If you care about the candidate that leads to the less death overall, that would be Harris. Why? Because she wouldn't have cut U.S. aid, which would lead to 14 million people dying under Trump's administration because of the fact that they've cut U.S. aid. By 2030, 14 million people will die, which would have been prevented if we had the USAID funding in place. So what you're not understanding is that you can actively save tens of millions of people, right, over literally like a decade time period, right, if you decide to maintain these particular programs in place that Donald Trump has got rid of. And Donald Trump getting rid of them puts us in a worse circumstance to be able to do that. Now 14 million people will die because of this, according to a Lancet study.
Again, I think we're just going to differ on the part where you're not.
So are you just okay with 14 million people dying?
I don't want anyone to die, Parker, and
But
that's
with very low cost, we could prevent these deaths.
But in my opinion, in my eyes, there's still death here because you're still killing the zygote, which again you don't see as human. That's okay, but like, is that not still a sad
There are
thing?
way
Like,
more lives lost due to the fact that U.S. aid funding will not be in place comparative to a change in abortion based upon leaving it up to the states. So if you care about saving lives, you'll care more about providing that U.S. aid funding.
Was that a question or was that a statement?
Yeah. No, the point I'm making is that you would acknowledge that the U.S. aid funding, right, will save more lives than what would save if you were to vote for Republicans, who specifically are going to change Roe versus Wade, leave it up to the states, and that would change the amount of abortions that happen within those particular states. You'll save more lives by preventing the deaths through the context of the U.S. aid funding, because it will be 14 million lives over the next, 4 years, right, comparative to the change in the amount of abortions that happen, which is like, you might be able to attribute like a very small portion, right, to that, right? There's not much of a change in abortion. We actually have seen increase in abortion since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So I don't really think you have much of an argument there in terms of the change.
Well, like I said, Parker, Parker, I'm here to learn, and obviously I'm very strong with the whole murder thing, but I love that you pull up numbers, and like I said, I'm going to listen back on the debate because obviously you were way more like just intelligent on the subject in general. I'm here to learn. One more thing before I get off here, if that's cool, I'll make it super quick. Because I'm not gonna lie, just worked my ass with that debate. You're just gonna leave it alone. But so Donald Trump, right? Hold on, let me pull up my notes real quick. Oh, here we go. So your views on immigration, and this one's gonna get a little crazy, but I'm just gonna listen. Is no ICE, let them stay, all cool.
Undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent crimes or serious crimes should be given a pathway to citizenship. I believe we should abolish ICE so that we can structure border enforcement within a different aspect in our federal government so it can only be changed by the legislative branch and overseen by the judicial without being able to be changed so easily by the executive branch, because I think that allows for more abuses of power to happen.
Okay, I'm just going to say how I feel about all of it, okay? And we might be on the same page here. Just let me say it, right? This is my view on ICE, and I just want to hear it. I've never conversated with you before. I believe the ICE should be around. I just pissed your entire chat off. I'm sorry. I do believe they should be around. I believe that if they stop this is going to sound wrong, like either a Mexican, you know what I'm saying? Just anyone on the street, and they ask for some sort of document, I feel like they should. Yeah, is that fair? If they have to be out here.
I don't think they should be able to racially profile people. Like, that's what they're doing under the Trump administration, is racially profiling people. Yeah. For example, there's the person that's been detained 3 times in the last year simply because of the way that he looks.
Okay, and that's where I will agree with you. So I don't think any arrests should be made as long as they can show proof. Yeah, I think...
Wait, but for example, with Leonardo Garcia Venegas, he was providing ID and identification, and they still kept detaining him 3 different times. Right within the past year.
That's just the agents who are just fucked up. I think the idea
keeps happening for that same dude.
I could try to stay out of the news part. I believe you. Like I said, I'm up here to learn. It's just the idea of ICE is like not necessarily a bad idea. There are criminals who are coming from Mexico, which again, I want to make it very clear. I live in a very violent neighborhood. Or I did. I moved out. Thank goodness.
Wait, can I qualify this real quick? Everyone agrees that we should go after violent individuals and deport them. Democrats do so to a greater extent. By the way, the Democratic position is to deport individuals who have committed violent crimes and serious crimes to a proportionally higher extent, but still criminalize undocumented entry and make the legal process go quicker. So that seems like you agree with that policy.
Wait, how? I like I said, I might be agreeing with you 100%. Again, I've never debated you, and I kind of want to close off on this. How are they making? I'm not really political because I believe that Jesus is first. Politics is just nonsense at this point. How in the world are Democrats making it like this easier? What are they doing?
So Kamala Harris was advocating for actually unprecedented levels of negotiation amongst Democrats and Republicans through the bipartisan border bill. But the reason why that didn't pass is because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill because he wanted to run on mass deportation being an issue and on the border being an issue, right? Rather than actually caring about fixing the conditions of the border. We had like this level of negotiation hasn't happened in like 30 years. and we had an extraordinary level of negotiation, and Democrats and Republicans were coming together to compromise, to work together to address it, to make the legal process go quicker, and to secure the border. And Donald Trump undermined that very bill. So she would have brought that back, and she would have advocated to continue to make the legal process go quicker by taking the funds that Donald Trump has put into the heavy militarization and putting that into making the legal process go quicker alongside with the other policies they were already enforcing.
Wait, I gotta laugh real quick. Your chat's asking if I would have deported Jesus. Is bananas. But I'm sorry.
Would you?
Would I have deported Jesus?
If Jesus comes down undocumented, would you deport him?
Absolutely not, brother. Parker, are we dead ass? Are we actually gonna do this?
There have been people that have said yes, right?
Are they actually?
Yes, I'm actually serious.
That's why I can't say that I'm actually a Republican or Democrat. People are just so slow. I'm just
letting you know, people saying things you disagree with doesn't mean you can't be a Republican or a Democrat. Also, by the way, the way that you viewed politics overall is too generalized and simplistic and doesn't allow for you to have correct analysis of who's better in the scenario. You can agree that you disagree with both sides, but it doesn't make sense to say that both sides are of equivalent negative value. And if they're not of equivalent negative value, then you should agree with the side to a greater extent that is not as bad for harm reduction purposes.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
If I had to vote, okay, I would vote Republican. However, I only said yes to Trump because I wanted to debate you. I do not support Trump. I feel like he's giving every Republican a bad thing. I miss the days where Republicans and Democrats could sit down and have a conversation.
Well, hey, I'm gonna leave you there, and I'm gonna go on to the next person at this point because I do want to get onto a debate with somebody who specifically does meet that criteria. But I do just want to say it's important to have people who are anti-Trump who are still Republicans, but I think that you should not be disenfranchised by the entire political system as a whole just because you disagree with both sides. You should say that, again, what is the preferable side? And you should say, like, oh, well, let me vote for harm reduction. Now, the harm reduction candidate is not Trump. The harm reduction candidate would be the Democrats. But okay. I appreciate you.
Can I ask you one thing before you take me?
You
Just
said
a
that
question.
last time.
Question.
I'm sorry.
Quick question.
Nope. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
07.
What month?
August.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Could you say it again?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
You keep touching your mic. Is there a way you could stop doing that real quick?
Do I keep touching it?
Yeah, you keep touching it. Sorry. I have some people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Alex, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been a good question to ask, actually. Thank you so much. Katie as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Why are people saying I'm 16? I'm 18. What?
I don't know.
Whatever.
Katie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you for the $5, y'all. Oh my god, that voice crack was crazy.
Yeah, you kind of just owned yourself, bro.
No, I swear. I promise I'm 18. I can show you my ID.
Okay, you're just going to show me a picture of McLovin.
No, I swear. Yo, I'm in college, bro. I swear.
Is that profile picture you?
Yeah.
Why do you look like McLovin, bro?
I look better than you. Look at you, bro.
You literally... No, I'm asking, like, genuinely, like, why do you look like McLovin?
You look like
a faggot. Okay, all you've got is a slur to get kicked, bro. Bro actually looks like McLovin, and he's trying to run that? That's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Like, I literally just asked that because he actually looked like McLovin. I think the picture was McLovin, actually. Like, so. And he's just got to be homophobic. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yeah, that sounds absolutely insane. But thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. As always, I always will. Marius, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much on PayPal. Thank you very much. I try to have as much patience as I can. Eric, thank you for the $5. Margaret, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. That would be a good point as well to bring up with them. And then also, thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure to bring up the next person here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. And Joseph, that is so true before then. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Thank you so much for the tiny, by the way. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. We're at 3 hours in the stream, meaning we have at least another hour or so left on the stream, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 23.
Do you support Trump?
I get a question.
Do you support Trump?
I got a question. What's wrong with making?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I am 36.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, so I would say, there's obviously the VPs included in that as well. I think I would vote for Trump, but more importantly, I would vote against Tim Walz, which is some of what I'd like to speak about, more importantly than Trump. So, yeah, that's
so. Wait, by
answer.
the way, Tim Walz disqualifying, but the rapist, adjudicated rapist, election denier, that literally called for the execution of some Democrats. He's okay.
Yeah, I hear your question. It's a good question. I understand. I think once I explain what I want to talk about, it might make sense a little bit more.
Okay, good luck.
I appreciate you. Okay, so I live in Minnesota, Minneapolis specifically. I own a business here, started in 2019. And I have seen, unfortunately, the Democratic establishment in Minnesota run the economy of the state into the ground in ways that are just like, it's almost comical because you can just see it happening. It's like watching a slow car crash. And then when Minnesota is struggling, they raise taxes on businesses to deal with this as a way of not raising taxes on people. It's been a very, very hurtful sort of process. To get to my point, I think one of the most important things going on in our world today is the fraud that has recently been exposed and the effects of that fraud. So I'm not here to say that the Trump administration is perfect, but I have been extremely impressed with and grateful for the recent push to address and end that fraud. And I've found myself shocked, frankly, at Tim Walz's involvement in that and his ignoring of his own employees, the whistleblowers, and frankly, shocked that the Democratic establishment would have Tim Walz on a ticket. So I know we're here to talk about Trump and not Walz, but I believe that the net result of what he is doing to address the fraud will make our country infinitely better in some direct ways, but then also indirect ways. I've been shocked by the Dems' sort of avoidance of this topic.
Can you define fraud?
Well, yeah, in this specific case, I would say people willfully taking advantage of, via lying, public systems, benefits that are meant to help people.
Taking advantage of them? What does that mean?
Well, so in this case, it would be orchestrated, via lying, via false billing, via false coding.
So sending money from, so purposefully sending money to places that they shouldn't be sending it to. Or is it purposely sending money to things that they said they're not sending money to? Like they say they're sending money to something, then they don't send it to that thing, they send it to something else. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody committing fraud. So it would be receiving money that is not due to you.
Okay. Alrighty. So using taxpayer funds, for example, for your own personal use?
I mean, in the case in Minnesota, sure, that would be one aspect of what's going on.
Do you think
Using
Trump
fund,
has done that purposefully himself? That he's used
I
taxpayer funds for his own personal advantages?
I suppose that there are certain scenarios where you could maybe see it that way. Everything I've looked into, I've never defined it as fraud myself. I'm curious if you're referencing something specific.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's countless things I can reference, but in terms of like based upon the definition you provided, you said any use of government funds for personal use, things like that, or against what you would want. Trump wants $1 billion of taxpayer funds for the ballroom. Trump is using literally hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds for his golf trips, specifically to Mar-a-Lago. You can give countless examples of those. If you want to talk about corruption, enriching himself from the position of presidency, he's almost tripled his net worth in the past 2 years just because of the fact that he's been president of the United States and because of the things he's done as president to increase his valuation of his net worth, alongside with the fact that in terms of the definition of fraud that you're addressing, I don't think there's anything that you can point to in specific that Tim Walz did that would count as fraud. And if it was counting as fraud, why hasn't he been indicted?
Well, first of all, I hear what you're saying about Trump, and I mean, we could make the X doesn't really matter because of Y. I mean, if what you're saying is that the ballroom somehow negates his responsibility to manage the welfare system, feeding our future, the SNAP program in Minnesota, I mean, it's just going to be sort of a messy debate. So yeah, Tim Walz has had quite a wild ride, honestly, in the ever since 2019. There's ample evidence, especially in the last few months, that Tim Walz was very, very involved with establishing and then perpetuating the fraud, even going so far as to have just under 100 of his own employees, these are Democrats in the state, now known as whistleblowers, come to him to say, this is unbelievable what's happening. I mean, people are gaming the system. It's so easy. It's unbelievable what people were able to do to get money. All those things that feel like comical. And he not only ignored that, but really abused these people. It's honest,
What's
good
the
people
source?
coming to say, well, Star Tribune in Minneapolis.
Title?
That's our local newspaper. Well, the Star Tribune is the name of the paper.
But what's the title of the article? While you're looking that up, I won't be able to hear you. You just have to memorize it and then come back in the app and tell me. Deb, thank you so much for the $10 for FBI investigation of Minnesota's Feeding Our Future launched in 2021. Feds announced charges against 47 defendants in 2022. By mid-January 2025, Biden still president. Minnesota U.S. attorney had charged 70 people. True. Very true. Steph as well, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. They have been. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Steph. Thank you. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everyone, again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It really helps push it out to more people. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes, everyone. Already give them a second to find that information. Give them a second. Did you find it? Again, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's the main story that I see here is on, I think it's congress.gov. And the name of the story is Walz, quote, turns a blind eye to whistleblowers. And that has a lot of the evidence in it. There was also a big story written in the Star Tribune here, a very left-leaning news source kind of coming out and owning what happened.
Yeah, what's the title of that?
Well, the one from the congress.gov.
Yeah, I just looked that up and I don't see it.
I believe it's called Walz, quote, turns a blind eye. So if you look at that.
Yeah, from the Oversight House, this is just literally Republicans.
Well, that has a bunch of very objective data in it.
And all it says is that some people under his administration did this. So that doesn't mean he's responsible for it. But what did he do to limit this information from coming out?
What he did to limit what I'm talking about is not about limiting information. I'm talking about perpetuating the actual fraud. So the story is about just under 100 individuals who worked for him, who have come out and said, we saw how wild this is. It should be in that article that I sent. There's information about it. This was like trending on Twitter.
Where we're at within the article.
Well, if I can't see it here on my screen here, I have my computer right next to me. Let me see. That way I can stay in this app. Are you suggesting that you're not aware of the fraud and Wall's potential involvement in it?
I'm not aware of any information that indicates that 100 employees came to him whistleblowing and he didn't do anything about it. I'm not familiar with any information that would indicate that he directly was involving himself in the fraud. Like I said earlier, like he literally under his administration had an FBI investigation that took over and literally like held people, investigated people, and held them, charged them for these cases. Like for example, like we said earlier, it launched in 2021. They had 47 people that had charges in 2022, and by 2025, Biden's still president. 70 people have been charged.
Yeah, understood. Just for the record, I do see the article here, and it's behind a paywall. It is from the Star Tribune. It is called "State Agency Whistleblowers Say Fraud Concerns Were Ignored for Years."
State agency what?
Whistleblowers say fraud concerns were ignored for years. That has the data in it. I know both sides are giving sort of different amounts. You hear like 9 billion. Trump has said some, I think, probably inflated numbers. But what Trump has done to
The Star
honestly
Tribune? Where the hell is this?
Yeah, the Star Tribune. That's the name of the Minneapolis paper. Trump has recently done 3 or 4 different things to put a decisive end to this. And like I said, I'm not here to defend Trump on everything, but there are things I would criticize.
We can't even read the story because you have to sign it. So neither of us can.
I mean, I maybe.
Is there any information that justifies this?
It's so frustrating that it's behind the paywall. Yes, I've followed this story very closely. Yeah, let me see if I can get. It really is a pretty unbelievable story. Let's see. There's another one on congress.gov called Minnesota Fraud Committee Chair Claims Walls Turned a Blind Eye. And I've tried to stay away from, like opinion pieces and just focus on the facts.
Yeah, none of these have anything to do with Walls.
Yeah, this one is called Minnesota Fraud Committee Chair.
Claims nothing Walls to do with nothing has to do with Walls. There's nowhere it says Walls did this.
Sure. So like I could just scroll to the middle of the article. Here's the first thing I see. These whistleblowers have been sounding the alarm for years. That's a quote. She claimed, "We've had hearing almost for a year now, holding his agencies accountable. He's not fired anyone. He's not taken steps to stop the fraud on the front end," which is true, by the way. It's pretty unbelievable. And he continues to make excuses.
There were investigations in 2021. Who should he have fired?
He should have fired effectively the entire fraud compliance department, which ended up happening once the story came out. It's funny how that works.
What year?
Well, the Feeding Our Future, that's the name of the first scandal in Minnesota. I believe that started in like 2019. That's had about 80 people indicted.
Yeah.
If you look up Feeding Our Future.
Yeah, and that's what I just went over. The investigations happened under the administration. You're not mentioning anything they did to prevent investigations. You're not mentioning any information that would have caused this fraud to happen. And by the way, I just want to clarify, this is all worse to you than Trump sexually abusing a woman. This is all worse to you than Trump denying the results of the 2020 election and trying to get 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no evidence. More than him calling for the execution of some Democrats. More than him pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots.
Parker, I have a lot of respect for you, but we're not going to have a good debate if we do hey, we're talking about this thing, but it's invalid because of this other thing. Sure, what you just said is granted. Now, what you said about me in there is that this is more important.
Is that not what you're doing? You're saying you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris, right, because of something that you believe that Tim Walz did?
Yes, and I can back that up. So I own a business. I have 50 employees. In my life, I am tasked with looking out for 50 different people's lives, salaries, benefits, and we provide service to our patients. It's a medical clinic. In the last 6 or 7 years, so many different things have happened within the state of Minnesota that make that nearly impossible because Minnesota goes and taxes businesses when they really mismanage public funds up to the tune of potentially $20 billion. So for me personally in my life, yes, somebody who's going to put Tim Walz on a ticket, that's not a defense of many of the things that Trump has done, but this is
Tim
the biggest
Walz
issue
didn't
for
even
me.
commit fraud.
No, he didn't commit fraud. He created the system that allowed the fraud to happen, which is why so
Which
many
there was
people have
investigations
moved.
for. There were investigations for as well. They investigated the
There
fraud.
was.
They go after the fraud. That's with every different social program that exists.
Sorry, what is so your argument on this is that I'm making up that Tim Walz was part of the problem.
You're not giving an
You're
argument to
saying
justify that he's a part of it. You're not giving an argument for what he could have done otherwise.
so. Part of this is because it's only been
And
in
by the
about
way,
the last.
let me just clarify.
Yeah.
You're trying to say this is enough of a reason to say that you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
I would not vote for a ticket that involves Tim Walz
But a
over
rapist,
Donald
you'd
Trump.
vote for the
I
rapist.
said that.
Oh, but you won't
the
take that into consideration at all because that's not relevant to you. Do you
Parker,
realize it's
again,
frustrating. It is actually frustrating that
it's-
you don't consider that as an argument simply just because
I
you
do
don't want to
consider
consider
that.
it. No, you don't.
I do consider
I brought
that.
it up, and you're
But-
like, "Oh, I'm not going to consider other things could disqualify this." That's how you look at hypocrisy within politics. You look at the things
listen.
that they've done and see if they can counteract with the things that they're advocating for.
Listen, I'm happy to talk to you about those other topics. They're other topics, so we'd have to finish this topic first. It just feels like a very sort of middle school thing. If we're gonna do oh, you hurt me, but that doesn't matter because I hurt you too. I'm not.
No, it's just dishonest that I'm saying that where are your priorities? The fact that you think that this is so much worse than all the things that we could mention with Trump. And by the way, you decided to bring this up, right? So, and I already responded to it.
This is my issue.
Did I not already respond to it?
I maybe you could.
How long
just
do
give
we
me
need to
one more
let me know?
sentence
Let me know.
of
How
your
long do we
response.
need to litigate this before I can bring up any other topic? Just let me know the time limit.
It's possible that I missed it. Maybe you could give me a 1 or 2 sentence of your overall response that you gave about the fraud. What you think about what has happened with defrauding public funds.
You have no evidence to indicate that he helped with this or that he allowed for it. There were investigations that happened under his administration that actively went after people specifically associated with this fraud. And fraud happens under every single candidacy, every single government. And there's going to be investigations after fraud over any single policy that is put in place.
Parker, all right, man. I respect you. I find it unbelievable that is your response, especially with the article that I sent you. I don't want to talk about all those other topics. They're valid. We could talk about them. But I
so
came
what
on
is
here
wrong
to
with
talk
my
about one
response?
thing. I feel like you are minimizing how much of a tragedy it is that billions of dollars were stolen. A bunch of investigations have started, and people have been put in jail. Just about 80 of them from the Feeding Our Future program. And now, because of Trump, who is very flawed in other ways, but because of Trump, in the last 3 or 4 months, we've had a large number of other investigations start, 2 of them directly against Tim Walz. They're not done yet, but it sounds like you've seen enough evidence from those to say we shouldn't give this more than 2 minutes.
We've been talking about this for 15 minutes. About 16 minutes right now. Secondly, in terms of this, right, I absolutely addressed all of those points, right? I am not minimizing jack shit. I'm saying there were investigations into it. And of course, there are billions of dollars in fraud that exists all around the country for governmental programs that exist on a scale in which they're spending billions of dollars. They're willing to go after the fraud. They did go after the fraud. You have yet to give me any evidence that they specifically haven't gone after these things.
Oh, first of all,
you cut out. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. My audio went out for a second. I found it very concerning with the open investigations that the Dems put Tim Walz on the ticket. I believe that in the next 3 months, people are going to see the totality of the evidence for a case that is ongoing right now. He might end up in prison. I know that's a little dramatic, but I do believe the things that have happened in that case warrant at least looking into it. It sounds like you're not real concerned. I haven't heard you say anything about whoa, that's a ton of money. This is clearly the leader, person who's in charge, who's tasked with running that state. I'm telling you, I own a business. They're raising taxes on the businesses. It's in fact a medical business, sort of similar to the ones that were frauded. No interest in that. It's just I don't know. It sounds like you're annoyed with continuing to talk about the fraud. So that's really all I have to talk about.
Did you listen to my argument at all? I gave you that there's fraud in every single one of these states. Is it annoying or bad that there's fraud? Of course we want to address the fraud. Of course we want to go after the fraud. But that does not mean that Walz himself is implicated. That does not mean Walz wanted the fraud. That does not mean Walz allowed for it. And you have no argument to justify it. You're just saying, oh, this will happen in the court case later on. You have yet to justify it right now. But yet you have your administration that you support, the guy who's already been held liable for sexually abusing women, who's already been convicted of 34 felonies for falsifying business records. That literally is fraud, by the way. And apparently that's something that you're willing to overlook. Not a big deal. Still willing to support him. But if Tim Walz is a part of the administration without anywhere near the same level of evidence that you have to indict Donald Trump, you're going to indict Tim Walz and the entire administration for that. That's what I'm saying. You don't know where your priorities are. You're not addressing any of my arguments. You're acting like I'm not even addressing it, or I'm okay with fraud happening. That's all bullshit.
Okay, it is true. I admit that this is the most important thing to me. I am willing to overlook other things for rightful handling of this. And Trump, though he's flawed, has done a really good job with initiating what I believe will be a lot of accountability. It will better protect our funds for welfare systems.
What has he done?
He's put 2 acts in place. I could look up the name of it. There's one executive order, and then the other one here. I actually have it written down right here. Let's see. I think it was 3 different things. So, one moment here. He refused to tolerate waste and abuse. He signed an executive order in March creating the task force to eliminate fraud. This was in direct response to what was coming out of Minnesota. It's an order that calls Minnesota out specifically, referencing the $250 million Feeding Our Future case, which about 80 people have been implicated in. And then, let's see, there was one. Oh, yeah,
what does it do?
What does it
do? What does it do to prevent the fraud?
Well, there are 2 things. So, and one of them is a bit dramatic, but it's true. One, he first created, was actually J.D. Vance, but created and established an actual government agency that is a task force to audit to make sure fraud's not happening. That didn't exist before, which is unbelievable to me. And then the other thing Trump did, which I went back and forth on whether I agree with this, but
how much fraud have they found?
He froze the funds. Well, $9 billion in Minnesota has been proven. I've heard Trump say $40 billion. Hey, I think he's exaggerating.
Sir, that was prior to this task force existing. I'm asking, due to the task force, what has changed? And by the way, this is from March 2026. Correct. This is from 2 months ago.
Yeah, the task force has only in the last 10 days begun existing. So in your defense, technically nothing, but I'm glad that it's there. Hopefully 10 days is all they are in. The other thing Trump did, which is a little controversial.
By the way, how can you claim that this actually did anything? He's gone a whole year and he just finally passed this, right? And by the way, we have yet prior to this point to say that he addressed it at all. Under his first administration, did he address this? Because when he was in office in 2019, you said this was happening.
Yeah, that is when the first official scam came out called Feeding Our Future. It's a big deal.
So why didn't he do anything about it under his first term?
It was not even known to anyone outside of Minnesota. I wish he would have, Parker. I'm with you. I told you this is important to me. I mean, I'm upset he didn't, but I'm glad that someone is now. The other thing that he did is he froze the funds to Minnesota. I think it was like $250 million, which was a pretty big deal, but it was his leverage to get Tim Walz to begin sharing the records, which Walz was holding back. Walz refused to share the records of the audits with the national government.
What's your source?
Not so good.
He refused to share audits.
Yeah, I believe it was in that first story that I sent. This is
the one that you couldn't even read yourself.
No, it was the second one that I sent.
You mean the Congress one?
That's correct.
Okay, where within the Congress one does it say that?
Here. Sorry, I'm on a different story right now. I want to get you the actual facts.
He's gonna jump around a million different things. Okay, this is fun.
Dang, this Trump is the problem.
Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely horrible. Thank you so much. It's literally something to look over. It's to them. It's insane. Sonia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Sonia as well in the comment section.
Parker, I admit that this is not the best source. It is ChatGPT. I searched it. It says Minnesota officials under Walz did refuse USDA request for SNAP verification and enrollment data needed to investigate the fraud. So
wait, under Walz? Wait, so Minnesota? So was that at the order of Walz, or was it just Minnesota officials under Walz?
It is, I believe, the person directly under Walls, Peggy Flanagan, I believe, is the one who officially made the decision.
Okay,
Walls
so
was asked
what's
about
the
it and said he supports
click
it.
on the source and tell me the title of the source that it links you to.
Let's see. Getting there. This is stuff that Walls has talked about openly. I'm looking to see if I can. Group one's extensive. There's one from AOL.com. There's another one from the Star Tribune. Sorry, it's behind a paywall.
Give me titles. Don't just tell me where it's from. Titles.
Okay, the AOL story is titled Minnesota's eye-popping subsidy payments. And admittedly, I wish that I did have the direct sources for this. I agree that's something someone should have. I follow this daily and just sort of am going off of what I've heard over and over and over and over and seen Walls talk about himself. But I agree it's not a great argument to just say, trust me.
Minnesota's eye-popping subsidy payments to 9 daycare centers exposed after last week's Fed raids. Okay, where in it does it say that they refuse to give up any audits?
Apologies for the jumping around. This is the last one. Admittedly, this is from Minnesota House of Representatives, which leans Republican. But the story, this is the last one we can do, is called "It Gets Worse: Walls Administration Caught Participating in Fraud Cover-Up." This one does rely on facts.
And this is from Minnesota House of Representatives?
That's correct. It's got a .gov.
Okay.
So there's a paragraph,
All right. Where
a few down. There's a paragraph a few down that says the auditor presented her findings recently to Minnesota's Legislative Audit Commission, a bipartisan committee on which I sit. All of us were appalled when the auditor said, frankly, in the 27 plus years I've been with the OLA, I've never seen this before. I'd say we had suspicions periodically, but we've never been able to prove it, to document it, and we did in this case, and it's very troubling. They go on to talk about, let's see, during the hearing, the auditor made the following comments.
So they are demonstrating the auditing?
Yes.
So they did show the audit. They didn't refuse to show the audit.
Sorry, it's a little confusing. This story is about an audit that the House did against the fraud. And then it says what came out is that they intentionally misled the auditor. They falsified records, backdating records, non-compliance, inappropriately accepting grant payments. I understand what you're asking for. This is why Walls dropped out of the race. I mean, he all but admitted it.
No, he admitted he dropped out because of people like you harassing his family.
That's honestly really disrespectful to say, Parker. Honestly.
Really? How?
Yeah. To say that I just told you that I've run a business
it is people like
in
you.
Minnesota for 7 years.
Okay.
People like me, I would never do that to someone. I absolutely.
You're doing it right now. You have no evidence to substantiate that he's involved in fraud. You came on my live arguing that he involved himself with fraud. This does not justify that Tim Walls did anything. This doesn't even speak about Tim Walls. And your best source for this information is a literal Republican. That's it. That's all you can provide for information. Not actual facts, not an independent review, not an actual audit, not a court determination, nothing but that. And by the way, you're willing to look at that over everything else that we can talk about. None of Trump's policies, none of Trump's character, none of the crimes that he's fucking committed, none of the corruption that he's done from the Oval Office. You're completely okay with all of that.
I am absolutely not. Parker, I apologize for not coming on with the exact stories to send you. This is something I've followed daily. Next time I'll do a better job of having the direct things. I'm going to hop off. You saying that it's people like me that that harassed his family was really low, man. I respect you. I would never do that. And I absolutely am appalled that anyone would ever do that. I disavow it. I appreciate
Well,
you.
let me
I'm
tell
gonna
you
hop
something.
off.
You know that these claims of fraud are the harassment targeted towards his family and perpetuate that when you have no evidence.
Absolutely.
So you have to understand, when you sort of spread misinformation about someone perpetuating criminal acts, you said you'd go to fucking prison, by the way. When you don't have evidence, yeah, I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to say that about you. And if you're going to say it's my fault for that, well then how about you go fucking get a mirror and go look at your own actions? Because I right now proved that you're the one saying he's going to go to fucking jail and you have no evidence to substantiate that. And you're willing to say that in front of what, nearly 9,000 people?
I think it's 6,000.
Try harder. I honestly
hear
don't
you.
fucking care. The pearl clutching bullshit is so fucking stupid. Yes, people like you are the ones that harassed his family and led to him having to pull out. It was not because of the fact that he was committing fraud and is going to go to jail or something like that. Bull fucking shit. And it pisses me off that you're able to perpetuate bullshit like that and provide no fucking evidence and act like you're completely okay with it. And it's not fucking warranted for me to say that people that perpetuated the same beliefs that you have right now were fucking harassing them. I never claimed you specifically.
I agree with you.
I said people
Yes,
like
you
you
did.
that are perpetuating those shit that you're doing.
So in the next 3 weeks is when the evidence will be made public. I listen to the whistleblowers. I listen to his team that says this. I do not come on and just personally assault or insult people that I don't know. It sounds like your mind is made up on this. We'll have to agree to disagree. We'll watch the facts as they come out in the case.
I don't care if you think that's an insult. That's a fact. It's a fact that it's a fact that the people perpetuating. Wait, I'm sorry, but it's the fact that the people perpetuating these lies about the fraud are leading to the harassment towards his family.
Parker, I completely agree with you and disavow anyone who does that. I am sorry that I don't have like a story with all of the exact facts lined out. Everything that I'm saying has come directly from listening to members of his team and following this since 2019. It feels like we're not in like debate zone anymore. I disavow anybody harassing his family.
Okay, I acknowledge that you disavow that. But you have to acknowledge that these lies are the ones that perpetuated those conditions, and it's not him committing fraud that perpetuated that. Plus, the fact that you're willing to use this as a reason to support Donald Trump and completely overlook everything else. Don't even say, oh, I'm not going to address anything else because we're only talking about walls right now. It's the most embarrassing thing ever when we're on a live talking about why you support Trump, and you can't talk about the reasons why you actually support Trump. And the whole time you spent the past 20 minutes only talking about Tim Walz. 30 minutes.
I mean, that's what I came on here to talk about. If you'd
just
like to
talk
ask me
about
a
Tim
question
Walz?
about something else.
Wait, what do you mean? I would like to talk about something else. What is the title of the live stream?
I think it's do you support Trump? Why do you support Trump?
So are we just going to talk about walls? Like, no, we're going to take a consideration as to why you're supporting Trump. And if it is the reason as to why, because of the fact that we can talk about walls, well, then you have to take into consideration that Donald Trump is engaged in behaviors. You have to take into consideration the other opposing side, not just the one side that you're trying to criticize right now.
Okay, fair. It is a fact that Walz has run the economy of Minnesota into the ground. People who need money, SNAP and welfare benefits, are not receiving that money because it's out. Now, Trump did hold that money.
That's just not true. People are getting their access to those benefits.
No, it's just $250 million was held.
People are losing access to these benefits because of the fact that Donald Trump cut people off their benefits through the big, beautiful bill, not because of Minnesota restricting access to benefits.
Well, Trump actually, and I did not agree with this, withheld $250 million in SNAP benefits 2 weeks ago to try to get Walz to do something. I don't know if I agree with that.
Again, an example of the federal government doing that, not Walz.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying this a little confusing. It is true that Trump did that. That was the federal government. But Walz, between 2019 and now, has run Minnesota into the ground economically. And the way that affects me personally has just raised taxes on businesses.
What did he do to run into the ground? What did he do to run in the ground?
Well, the fraud is at least 25% of that, and then totally mismanaged a number of
fraud
other
is 25%, not a source for that. You have no evidence for that. You say mismanaged. What specific things disenfranchise the economy? You're saying just the fraud? That's it?
Well, I think there's like three categories.
There's proportionally higher fraud in Florida, right?
Yeah, no, and I disavow that. Let's go get them. I want all fraud to end. I think it's killing the funds for people who need the funds. Tax dollars are real people's money. That comes out of real people's, checks. It's important to me. I'd even go so far as to say it's the most important thing politically to me. And you can criticize that. that is stewarded responsibly. We've seen a lot of evidence recently.
But you'll
Maybe
you'll never analyze Trump's behaviors in terms of spending.
I absolutely will.
No, you don't. I've heard one.
Yes,
I haven't heard a single criticism of Trump's spending.
Yeah,
the entire time
I said
on stream.
I do not agree with the fact, first of all, that he withheld the $250 million.
That's
there
not
are
spending.
numerous things about the big, beautiful bill that I dislike. I dislike some of the tax breaks given to certain people. I believe that Trump's spending on Iran, ironically, the fraud found in Minnesota might have been able to almost pay for the war, but I don't love the spending going on there. I don't think it's
I'm sorry, you're delusional.
appropriately.
We're spending $2 billion a day. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fraud that's been uncovered.
Yeah, you think that would account for
$26
$2 billion a day of expenditure?
We're at $26 billion. There's three different figures about the Minnesota numbers. One of those is $20 billion. That sort of gets close. One of them is higher, but I disagree with that. It sounds like that's not concerning.
You can't do math. You can't do math. I'm sorry. Holy shit. How many days have we been involved in it? We were involved for nearly 60 days. Okay. What's 60 times 2?
I have a degree in math. 60 times 2 is 120.
Okay, if it's 120, is that anywhere near the level of fraud that was committed in Minnesota? Nowhere near.
In the next 3 weeks, we'll get the official number of what the fraud was committed.
Is it anywhere near?
And
is it anywhere near?
It's not near 120, but there's another figure.
It's not even close.
That comes out.
You said it would pay for it. Jeez, I'm sorry. You act like me calling you out is I'm in the wrong.
No. I appreciate when you call me out.
That was objectively not even
facts.
close to right.
Parker,
it's insulting that you think that was close.
Wait, you believe we've spent $120 billion on the war? You really believe that? What's your source?
That's what intelligence officers.
Why don't you Google it?
Yeah, I did. So intelligence officers.
What's it say?
Let me speak. So intelligence officers came out and said in front of Congress that it was costing $2 billion a day. You take the amount of days and then you multiply it by 2 billion. That's it.
So it sounds like you're doing what you criticized me for doing, which is going off of what some people said. If you Google it right now,
these are intelligence officers that work for the federal government talking about the funds, right, or and stuff that was relative to the federal government, right?
Okay,
we're not talking about like a Republican doing something.
Let me say one thing. I will respond. I hear you. I gave info that I said was given from whistleblowers, and you did not like that. I'll go to a source.
You didn't even provide me the source that showed the whistleblowers. You gave me a paywalled article. Oh my God.
It was unfortunate. It was unfortunate it was behind the paywall. Parker, right now, USA Today. Pentagon says Iran war cost $25 billion. New York Times, $25 billion spent on the war. So I don't know where
what day was that? How long was that into it?
Yesterday.
Okay, then, sorry, what's the title again?
The title is Pentagon says Iran war costs $25 billion. The next one from New York Times is what $25 billion spent on the war really means. I don't know how you increase that by $100 billion. I think my math does actually work out.
Alrighty, give me 1 sec.
I'm not going to personally insult you for being wrong.
Yeah, so by the way, USA Today reported in March that munitions of the first 6 days of the war costed $11.3 billion, estimates according to and that's the first 6 days.
Correct. Correct. We're missing $100 billion here.
Yeah, by the way, I was judging based upon the analysis that existed there, and I did an extrapolation.
I'm just trying to go off facts. I respect that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers right now. The Pentagon has not explained how it calculated $25 billion estimate and referred USA Today to Hearst's testimony in response to requests for further comment. Military experts and lawmakers have said Hearst's number sounds low based on their own estimated calculations. For one, the estimate does not appear to include the cost of damage to American military bases and assets sustained in Iran's retaliatory attacks. Rough estimates, Congress have put those losses to around $15 billion. CNN reported, citing unnamed sources familiar with the matter, that the $25 billion estimate did not account for Iran's retaliatory attacks, which put the total cost of the war as far as $50 billion. Rep. O'Connor, a Democrat from Congress, from California, during the April 29 hearing, the Pentagon, Hegseth said $25 billion reflects the total cost that we are seeing. O'Connor responded that all experts are disagreeing with you on that when it comes to today's dollars and damages, military assets and insulation.
It sounds like we're still sort of figuring that out.
32 to 35. So the number that I was getting in terms of 120 billion was an estimation. So, the original estimate that was actually reported on said 11.3 billion over the 6 days. So that was an original estimate that was saying $2 billion a day, and that was just extrapolating that out. It seems like
I get it.
Information could put that around 35 to 50 billion in terms of the actual cost?
Yeah, fair. And one of the numbers given for the fraud in Minnesota is 39 billion. I don't agree with it, but it's one of the numbers. So it sounds like we can agree.
Let me just clarify.
Some of that we're still
All
figuring
that
that
means
out.
is just we proportionally spent more at the beginning of the war.
Yeah, fair. And it also does not include the fact that like almost $500 million of that money per day would be spent anyway. It is money that would be spent whether we're in a war or not. What I'm saying is that I think our funds should be well managed so that people can get the help that they need. That's my point. I believe that Walz has strongly mismanaged that. There's a case ongoing in the next 3 weeks.
Is this not mismanaging it when they're saying that the cost is 25 billion when it wasn't?
Parker, I'm with you. I'm not partisan on this.
That sounds like mismanaging more funds, sir.
Then you know what? I disavow that. I didn't come on here to say
then you don't support Trump?
that I support that. I do not support a ticket that has Tim Walz on it. That is what I said at the start.
But do you
That's
support
most
Trump?
important. I support, in this case that we're in right now, I would vote for Trump if the election were today, based on what he's doing.
Even though they've mismanaged more money.
I disagree that they've mismanaged more money. Now we're getting into feelings.
Wait, I'm sorry. You don't accept the USA Today article that you just cited?
Oh, I'm not. I don't believe that was mismanaged. That's a big jump. That's your feeling, and that's fine.
They're claiming that the estimate in terms of the cost was 25 billion when that doesn't reflect the true cost of the overall war. Is that not mismanaging of the amount of funds that were spent?
Sounds like it's misreporting. Sounds like we don't know. And
isn't that exactly what you think mismanaging is?
No, not at all. What I'm saying, I think mismanaging is sending billions of dollars to people who do not deserve a dollar and making it so easy that anyone could do it. And it really was. It
wasn't so easy that
easy
anyone could do it. There are less than 100 people charged. That's not so easy that anyone can do it.
That's in the Feeding Our Future. No one has yet been charged for all of the recent. Nick Shirley, he's kind of cringy, whatever. There's probably some
truth
to some
fraud
of
are you
the things
referencing?
he's
If they haven't
uncovered.
been charged, then they're not being charged under the Trump administration.
Welfare, the SNAP. That's all
so
ongoing.
They're not being charged under the Trump administration?
No, they are. There's two ways they are. One, Trump created the task force that is now charging people in Minnesota. That's 10 days in. We'll see what happens. Two, once Trump cut off the $250 million to Minnesota, which I didn't really agree with, Walz did get in line. He got up on stage and said, "We're going to war against the fraudsters in Minnesota. We have this huge problem." He made this whole public show about it.
He's
#1
already
trend
done
on
this.
Twitter.
He's already done this.
No, he has not.
They've been doing this since
Parker.
2021. We already mentioned this with the Feeding the Future.
That's wild. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's so wild. The facts.
Not
yeah,
true.
facts are so wild. Yeah.
Parker, I followed this story probably 5 days a week deeply in Minnesota.
Apparently not
what
good
you
enough.
just said is wrong.
How is it wrong?
Because after the Feeding Our Future thing came out, the whistleblowers started blowing. Nothing happened except for more fraud. The fraud not only continued, and there were direct mechanisms by which that took place, but it increased.
We just talked about how people were charged, and also you said it increased.
Only from Feeding Our Future. That's one scandal,
Okay,
$250 million.
So what other one was not addressed?
So all of the recent fraud that has come out in Minnesota, no one has yet been indicted. Again, I'm not a big Nick Shirley lover, but
what years? What recent fraud?
2026 and 2026.
Okay, that's under Trump's admin.
Yeah, no, Trump came in and said, "Oh my gosh, what's going on in Minnesota?" Now we're looking at it and saying, "Oh, there's over 100
So by the way, you're
court
saying it's
cases
happening here in
now open."
2026, yet you have no evidence for this.
Oh,
it frustrates me how willing you are to accept these things to be true with absolutely no evidence, and then unwilling you are to apply any of these standards to the Republicans. The level of dishonesty is actually so frustrating.
Hey, Parker, I've said 3 different times. I completely agree with you on the Republicans.
No, you
keep
don't.
Saying that.
No, you fucking don't. Stop doing that virtue signaling bullshit because you're not willing to say that you don't support Trump. You're willing to say this is a red line for Walz, but it's not a red line for Trump.
Yeah, I'm saying.
You see what I mean?
I'm saying the net result of what's going on in Minnesota is better. We maybe have a disagreement on what constitutes mismanagement. If what you're saying is that,
but what positive benefit has come from this? You said most of the fraud is happening in 2026 under Trump. So what benefit has come from this?
We'll see in the next 3 weeks. There's
so nothing has come yet.
Cases. Yeah, a bunch of charges. But, there's a legal system, right? Once someone is charged...
Oh, so it takes time to go through the legal system, almost like exactly what happened under the Tim Walz administration. But then you said, that was meaning he was, allowing it to happen.
Not at all. Not at all. What I said is that once people were charged, about 80 of them, the mechanisms by which they created fraud, a bunch of whistleblowers, became easier. It became easier. And the
no
fraud,
source for that.
I told you earlier, I should have come on here with the exact,
information will come out in the future, everybody. At some point in the future, it will come out.
Parker,
And
that's
also,
why
like,
we're talking
we
about
only
people's
care about
tax
fraud
money
and
here.
mismanagement of funds in Minnesota. If Trump mismanages funds and engages in fraud on a federal scale, no big deal. It's not in Minnesota.
That's honestly a disrespectful summary of what I'm saying.
Oh,
I
no, it's not.
disavow
That's
fraud of all
exactly what
kinds.
happened. Oh, no,
I
you don't.
completely
Not
support the
enough.
3 things that Trump has done
Only in
to
Minnesota.
manage fraud. No, the task force, the auditing task force will be for all states, but they are starting in Minnesota. They made that clear. I think that's good. I think it's good to look at reports of
Are they
people
auditing the
defrauding
DOD?
the system. I mean, not that exact
Are we
task force,
auditing
but there's
are we auditing the DOD?
not through that task force.
No. Oh,
I'm
interesting.
talking about what's going on in Minnesota.
So we're not going to be auditing the $1.5 trillion a year funds like that Trump wants for the military budget. Not that. So hey, would you come back in 3 weeks and we can have the same conversation?
Respectfully, Parker, sure, I'd love to. That sounds great.
So in 3 weeks,
we'll look at the facts.
You think that everything's going to be done?
Not everything, but I believe that the facts will be made a lot more clear at that point in time. I'm saying this now because we have enough that has come out to say, ooh, this is not good. It's not good to mismanage people's tax money. That's
Dude,
what I'm here
I
to
agree
advocate
it's
for.
not good to mismanage funds. I just don't think you have enough evidence to say that Tim Wells did this and enough evidence to say that that would be so bad that you would be willing to support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris in this scenario. That just makes no sense to me.
We disagree on that. I'll come back in 3 weeks and we can talk that out. This is the reason Walls.
All right, bye. Heather, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Pretty close to the fraud in Minnesota. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lois, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Give me some W's for Lois in the comment section as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you, Miss Kirk?
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. How old are you?
Can you do MAGA hunting?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigga.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Trump, but I don't think I would.
You don't think you would vote for Trump?
No.
Okay.
But I would rather vote for Trump.
Okay. I mean, if you wouldn't decide to vote, then I'll just go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, it's a mistake. No, it's a mistake. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, man? Hey, can you hear me?
How old are you?
Yeah, 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He's anti-communist.
Okay, and what's your point with saying that? You know that both Democrats and Republicans are not communists.
No, Kamala was quoted in 2022 saying she's a communist.
Nope,
Yeah,
she
no
wasn't.
debate.
You're trolling.
Yeah, she was. Search it up. Search it up right now.
go to the next person, everybody. If I can't get someone, I might just call it for today, everyone. And maybe I'll hop on later. What's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I guess I'm anti-abortion. So
I've debated you recently. Why are you back?
I'm nobody. I've never debated you.
Why are you lying?
Because you're a high tier interlocutor. I want to, be a better.
What's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his EOs. I like the things that he's doing as far as zero net migration. I like some of the victories that he's had in the Supreme Court.
Why do you want zero migration?
Zero net migration. So that's a good thing as far as just we have a massive problem with immigration in this country, and the fact that we have less people coming into this country than leaving. That's awesome.
Okay, so you want the same amount of people coming into the country as people are leaving?
No. I want more people leaving than coming in.
Why?
I think it's just good for the economy. I think it's good for a lot of the other things. I mean,
immigration's really good for the economy. Over the past 30 years, the Cato Institute indicated over the last 30 years, $14.5 trillion decrease in the deficit because of immigration. I can send you a National Bureau of Economic Research study that indicates an increase in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens over the past 30 years, an increase in employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens over the past 30 years, and we can also see a massive increase in GDP growth over the last 30 years because of immigration as well. So what evidence do you have at all that indicates that immigration is negative for the economy?
It's basic common sense. So Parker.
Hello? Basic common sense? What do you mean by that? What's the argument? You can't just say common sense. That's not an argument. Did he just leave? Hello? Hello? Bro just left. Mid-convo.
Hey.
Hello? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. You were saying? How is it beneficial for the economy?
So let me ask you a couple of questions just so we can have some common sense. So if you were to have a bunch of people just move into a city, what would that do to housing prices? If just 15 million people just showed up into a city, what would happen to the housing there? Would housing skyrocket?
It depends on how big the city is. And obviously it can if 15 million people show up in a city at one point in time. That'd be in the short term. But in the long run, there'd be more people that are building houses. So you can reduce the cost of housing because you can increase the supply of housing. So not only are you increasing demand for housing, you're also increasing supply of housing.
Okay, so you're increasing the demand at first, right?
And supply.
Okay, so it hasn't been a supply yet. So you sit here,
once they get to their society, they're then producing supply. There are people that are going to work.
There's a higher demand for housing, right? So if 15 million people moved into a city, huh?
And more workers.
Okay, but if 15 million people moved into a city, would housing go up? Yes or no?
Can you just give me any good evidence to indicate that these?
I'm trying to walk along with you, man. Just basic common sense.
I don't think that these conditions are the same as real world scenarios.
And are you when you're quoting these sources, are you talking about Are you talking about what is it? The Congress? What was your source for that?
The Cato Institute, and then I gave you
Cato Institute is complete garbage, dude.
And
don't
the
even
National
quote the
Bureau of
Cato
Economic
Institute.
Research. Cato Institute is not garbage.
100%. Did you
How?
see their statistics on right wing violence?
Where
they counted somebody where they counted literal Nazis beating their significant other as right wing violence, but then they don't count the murder, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They don't count
because that wasn't within the time period because the data you're referencing came prior to Charlie Kirk dying.
Okay, even if that's the case,
That is
they
the
don't
dumbest thing
account
I've
for a
ever
lot
heard
of.
someone fucking say on my live
Okay,
stream.
well, even
That
if
is
that's
the
one
dumbest
point,
thing I've ever heard. No
that's
fucking
not
shit.
really.
Charlie Kirk was still alive when they made the data.
Okay, so did they count? Did they count all the
Like
violence?
what? I
Did
can't
they
even
count all the
believe you just
violence for the
cited that.
Tesla dealerships? Did they count all the Tesla dealership violence? Did they count all the George Floyd violence? Did they count a
The
bunch of
George
these
Floyd,
other
yes,
political violence?
they did commit
The
count
Summer of
political
Love? No, they did not.
they did count political violence when it comes to any of those scenarios. And also,
And
by the way,
a lot of
let
these
me ask you a
Antifa.
question: did the Democrats in office, did they pardon the people who assaulted individuals on any of those days?
Are you talking about?
Yeah.
They can't pardon those people if they weren't committing federal crimes. They were committing state crimes.
Okay, so I'm referencing, and by the way, there are plenty of federal crimes that were committed in those circumstances that they could have pardoned people.
Okay,
for.
well, they didn't.
And also,
There's so
are
many
the
people,
states
we couldn't
are the
arrest
states
everybody.
are the states pardoning them of state crimes?
They don't need to pardon them when they're in on the crime. For example, like
Wait,
Minnesota.
so the
with
Democratic
fraud.
states are not pardoning the Democrats of those crimes?
Okay, so Parker, for example,
So
let me
wait, so
give you
just
a
to
case in
clarify,
point.
no Democrats in power are using their power to pardon violent rioters, but
They don't
we see
need to
that Donald
pardon.
Trump is using his power to pardon violent rioters.
They don't need to pardon when they don't even try to convict these people. It's like, for example, in California, when they passed that Prop 52 or Prop 51, when they allowed people to basically run inside stores and just steal as long as it wasn't over $1,000, and it was considered a misdemeanor, right? So when you have crime like that, when you have things like that and horrible policies like that, you start getting a lot of these people that commit these crimes. So you started seeing the theft increase through the roof, right? Under these democratic policies, and these same policies impact a lot of other things too.
Neither of the
like
ones
the
you're
rioting.
referencing were it, by the way. Prop
And not
52
only
and
that,
Prop
but like
51
in
are not
Minnesota,
either. Neither of those policies are Prop 51 or 52.
Okay, whichever. You know which one I'm talking about, Parker. Are you saying that they never created a policy like that in
I know what
California?
policy you're referencing, but I mean, I don't think that's allowing for crime to happen to a greater extent.
Okay,
I don't think it's promoting crime, and also theft is not the same thing as assaulting a police officer. Okay, so I don't understand the comparison there, because I gave up scenarios where we're talking about,
I'm comparing the fact that.
Let me please finish speaking. I'm bringing up a scenario where Donald Trump pardoned people who assaulted police officers.
And a lot of them have lawsuits against the federal government for what was it, criminal prosecution, and they're getting lawsuits and they're getting settlements from the government. I mean, when you're sitting there arresting grandmas that were literally just walking around, not even in the building, but they're charging grandmas for insurrection. I mean, it was beyond crazy.
People assaulted police officers. I don't know why you're pivoting.
I'm talking about January 6th. Nobody's pivoting. I'm giving you examples of like a lot of this stuff was made up. It wasn't true.
No,
that's why you
I'm
got
talking about the violent rioters, and then you're trying to bring up other random individuals. I'm not talking about
these were part of the violent rioters. These were part of the supposed violent rioters.
The random grandmas were not the people who were assaulting cops. I'm talking about DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer, and Officer Fanone testified to this happening. Do you think that was a lie?
Okay. No, I don't even looked into the matter at all. But I mean, you have
so
also.
Then can you specify the violent ones? Can you not talk about things that I'm not talking about?
Okay, so also at that same token, what about the ICE agent that got his finger bit off by a left-wing protester?
Any of those are condemned. They weren't pardoned by Democrats.
They weren't arrested either. The law wasn't enforced. No, they were not.
Yes, they were. The Democrats are not arresting people who commit violence. You're being ridiculous.
100%. That's why.
Give me any source for that.
That's
any source
for that.
Okay,
so the fact that none of these violent protests happen in any kind of red states. It's always happening.
That committed violence.
It's always
that
happening
arrested.
in blue states.
Name one person that was not arrested by Democrats, even though they committed
Alex Peretti.
Alex, what violence did Alex Peretti commit?
Did you not see the video 11 days
of the
before
ICE
he
agents?
was
Of him kicking the back of the ICE agent's car?
Of him assaulting the ICE agent and the vehicle? Yes.
No, he
should have been arrested.
He kicked the back
while
of the vehicle.
While he had a firearm on his
By the way,
he had a firearm on him.
This is under Trump's administration, and when ICE is there, they decided not to arrest him and to do the rest of the stuff. So let me just clarify that. And then secondly, do you think he was murdered?
Okay, we're talking about the incident before. Stop trying to pivot. We're talking about when he actually assaulted ICE agents and assaulted the vehicle.
Do you think he was murdered?
Let's talk about this, Parker, and then we can move on to that.
Do you think he was murdered?
You're coping so hard, bro. You're coping
was
so
he
hard.
murdered?
You're pivoting so hard.
Was he murdered? Was Alex Peretti murdered?
Hey, thanks for this easy W, Parker.
Was Alex
Have a good
Preddy murdered?
night.
You better
If you're
run
not
away.
gonna, if you're not gonna have an actual debate, man,
You
I'm
better
not gonna
run
talk
away
to you.
instead of answering a basic question.
No
Was
one's
Alex
running
Preddy
away. I'm
murdered?
trying to talk to you.
Was Alex Preddy
Did he?
murdered?
I'll answer that as soon as you answer my first question. Did he assault an ICE agent?
No,
Yes
he
or
hit the
no?
car.
Prior to.
No,
he didn't spit on an ICE agent? He didn't spit on an ICE agent?
That was the car.
You want to put money on it? He didn't spit on an ICE agent?
Did it hit the agent?
We
I thought
can
it would
watch
hit
the
the
video.
car. Wasn't he already in the car?
No, he hit the car. He also spit on an agent.
But he was in the car already.
No, he was not. He spit on an agent.
Okay, let me check.
Hey, and then not only that, but while you have a firearm on you,
And by the way, I disagree with
commission
spitting.
of a
I
felony?
disagree with spitting. But what's your big point with this?
was he arrested? Was local law enforcement there to sit there?
They decided not to arrest him.
And
They decided not to arrest him.
okay, so local law enforcement of these blue cities that don't enforce any
No,
kind
it's
of
not
law,
local law
'cause that's
enforcement.
illegal,
It's
right?
ICE. ICE didn't follow through with that.
They had a riot around them.
No, not at that time. You're being ridiculous.
100%. Did you not see the video?
Here, I'm watching the video right now. Give me a second.
Go ahead.
I guess it's not. You can't see. Yeah, you can't see. I don't know where you see that it was.
100% you can, dude. You're lying. You're lying through your teeth. You want to put money on it, Parker?
I'll show you the video right now. I don't think you can see it.
Play it. The whole thing. And this is just one angle, so you have to play multiple angles too, because there's multiple angles on this video.
I
Go ahead,
don't know
play
where,
it.
I don't know where the other angle is. If you'd like to tell me where I can find that.
Go ahead.
So let me make sure it's on the screen. Is it on the screen? That's a little bit off.
And is this the full incident? Because I don't think this is the full incident. I think this is where it picks up from him kicking the car.
No, just watch. That's where he spits. You can't see. It's
Yeah.
really blocked.
Okay. Look at the different angle. Look at the other angle, because there's another angle. The officer, I don't believe, was even fully in the vehicle when he spit on him.
I mean, you can't tell. Where do you see that?
There's another angle, Parker.
Where's the angle? I mean, where can I find that?
Go look up the video. There's another angle.
Okay. What other angle? I wasn't familiar that there was a different angle to this video.
At first, Parker, you said that he didn't spit. Now you're seeing that he
No,
spit.
I never said he didn't
Now
spit.
you're not going to
I
another
never said he
angle.
didn't
You're trying
spit.
to. You're
I
trying to.
said-
You're
I
being
said-
dishonest right now, man.
I said he didn't spit on the officer. I said
There
he
was
spit on the
multiple angles
vehicle.
of this incident. There wasn't just that one.
I mean, it looks like
There
he
was
spat
a
on the
video
vehicle.
taken from
and
a
that's-
distance, and that was the first video that came
dude,
out.
Hey, dude, can you stop being dishonest for a second? I was specifically.
I'm not being dishonest.
I never said he didn't spit. I said he spit on the
You
vehicle.
picked the only video, right, that doesn't show the angle.
All right, I'm
of
muting you. I'm muting you. Listen to the words
Okay,
that are
man,
coming out of my mouth.
I'm leaving. You're being
Yeah,
dishonest.
go
You're
run
not-
away
you're not
because
trying to
I'm
have that
trying to make a
conversation.
statement.
You're
Go run
running.
away.
You're
Go run away,
running.
you fucking
You're running.
coward, because I'm trying to make one point. You
Look
little
at that
snowflake.
feminine- look at
Run
that
away.
feminine
Run away, you
attitude.
snowflake. You're the
Look at
one
that
that's
feminine
you're the one
attitude.
that's scared and running away.
Because you know I'm
You're scared and running away. Let me make this point without you running away, you coward. Let me make this point without you running away, you coward.
You want to put money on it?
Can I make the point?
You won't. You won't answer it. You won't.
Can
you
I
won't
make
put money
can I
on it.
make
You're
the
being
point?
Dishonest.
Hey, be quiet. Let me
No,
make the
dude.
point.
No.
Oh, run away because you know you're wrong. If you run away, you know you're wrong.
If you run away, you know I'm right.
You know you're wrong.
just
If you
keep
run
on
away,
being
you're just proving
dishonest.
that I'm right. If you run away, you're just proving
No,
I'm right.
you won't put money
So
down.
let me make
You
my
won't
point.
actually-
Let me
at
make my
first-
point, and then you can be quiet. Let me make my point. Be quiet.
Hurry
All
up.
right. All right. So what you see in that video is not him spitting on a person. What you see in that video is him spitting on a car. You cannot see that the person is there in that circumstance. You're saying there's some other angle. Where is this other angle? Where can I find this? You tell me the title. I'd love to hear it. But you're going to be too scared to have that conversation. You're going to fucking run away like the little coward you are. Because you're a little bit of snowflake. Little snowflake. Yeah, there's no other angle, by the way. Literally none.
100% there is.
Go ahead. Where's the
That-
angle? Tell me. Where's the title?
The angle? Huh?
What's
the
the title?
original video, The Distance. That wasn't the first video that came out.
That is.
I'm getting it for you right now, Parker.
Go
Calm
ahead.
down.
All right, give him a little bit. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone. Tyrion, thank you so much for the dollar. I'm going to end up with probably Steyer. Fossey, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I have never debated Michael Knowles. I really want to, though. Alrighty, give him a second. Once he finds his information, I'm probably just going to get off, everyone, once we finish this convo. Do give him a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. We are about to hop off here very, very soon. Oh, he left. Oh my god. Alrighty, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're returning later? Maybe I will. And for the people saying he invested in these things in the past, yes, Steyer did, and then he changed his mind. I think you can change your mind on those things over time. Plus, you should look where a lot of the companies are funding people right now in the California governor race. Are the companies, if they're so interested in making money off of him, why aren't they putting their funds into his campaign? That'd be my question. And Pauline, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to get off, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Maybe I'll hop on later.